I've been with the Forest Service going on 12 years now. Most of that time has been spent alone in the woods. Remote terrain in Northern California, mostly along the western edge of Shasta Trinity. My job is field work, stand exams, timber cruising, fuels assessment, burn plans, occasional wildlife surveys when we're short on techs. You name it. I've been on everything from flat commercial thinnings to gnarly hand crew recon in roadless pockets where even the bears don't seem to go anymore. The truth is, I like working alone. The woods are quiet, predictable, and honest. People screw things up. Out there, it's just you, the land, and the reality of how small you are. Nothing romantic about it. You get used to your own company, and you learn early on not to jump at shadows. That's how you last. That and good boots. I've never believed in ghosts or Bigfoot or anything like that. I've seen some strange things, bad weather patterns, carcasses, territorial animals acting bold, but it's all been natural. Once you learn the signs and rhythms, you understand that most of the forest weirdness is just survival playing out. No tricks, just instinct. But there's one day I think about more than any other. It didn't involve anything supernatural, but left a mark on me. Every time I go back to that unit, even just driving through, something knots up in my gut. And it always goes back to a stretch of high timberline I worked in the summer of 2021. We were working on a thinning project east of Hayfork, near a ridge line we called Ridge 68. Nothing special about the name, just the internal map code. That patch of forest had seen minimal management in decades. Steep slopes, patchy regeneration after a burn in the 80s, and a mix of mature fir and pine. Some tanno pockets. The understory was rough, and access was limited. Not many folks ever went out there except during fire season or when we were setting up plots. It was the last week of June, hot, bone dry, and dusty. We'd had 2 red flag warnings already, and I was moving fast to wrap up stand data before it got any worse. I was dropped off at the end of a washed-out logging spur by one of our seasonal guys, Dan. He'd come back at the end of the day to pick me up. We had one radio between us, and cell service didn't exist in that basin. I strapped on my vest, checked my GPS, and started hiking in. The plot line, I was following cut across the upper slope of Ridge 68. It was about 3 miles of steep side hill and brushy chutes. Not the kind of terrain you rush through, especially with a heavy cruiser's vest, clinometer, and a half-gallon of water on your back. But it was quiet. No traffic, no voices, just wind and the creak of trees. I made decent progress that morning, marking DBHs, taking notes, flagging my transects. By noon, I had crossed into a narrow draw full of young firs and a couple old snags. That's when I smelled it. If you've ever smelled a fresh kill in the woods, you know it. It's not rot exactly, not yet. It's a hot, iron-heavy smell, blood, maybe a bit of ruptured stomach. Flies always find it first. I turned and scanned the trees. Nothing obvious, just a ridge lip about 30 yards above me. The wind was coming over the top and dropping the scent downhill. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to just keep walking. I've seen cougar kill sites before, usually a deer or fawn, sometimes half covered with leaves and debris. The cat will gorge for a while, then stash the rest. They almost always keep close, waiting for you to leave. They watch. You almost never see them. Still, something about this one gave me pause. Maybe it was how sudden the smell hit me or how quiet it got. No bird song, no wind. I climbed slowly toward the lip, eyes scanning the tree lean, hand on the handle of my Pulaski. Not that it would do much against a pissed-off cat, but it felt better than nothing. I crested the ridge and froze. There was a buck laid out in the pine needles, throat open, ribs exposed. It was fresh, probably killed the night before. Blood was still tacky on the fur. One of the front legs was twisted under it at an odd angle. But it wasn't just the kill that caught me. It was how the ground around it looked. The soil was torn up like there had been a struggle, but there were no clear drag marks. No cover debris either. Just a buck, sprawled out like it had dropped dead mid-run. I scanned the slope. Still nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. I backed up slowly, circled around the kill, and picked up my transect again. Every couple minutes, I stopped to look back. It felt like something was pacing me, always just behind the next tree. I made myself focus on the data. Trees don't measure themselves. I finished 3 more plots before 3:30, then started heading downhill to the pickup point. I hadn't seen any more signs of the cat, and the smell was long behind me, but that weird pressure in my chest never really went away. As I neared the base of the ridge, I heard something strange, like a plane, low and loud, echoing between the mountains. That wasn't unusual. Jets from Beale Air Force Base, or sometimes Travis would cut through this area. But this one was close. I looked up, squinting through the canopy, and there it was, a full-size jet, white or silver, flying well below the ridge tops, maybe just a couple 100 feet above the valley floor. No markings, no logos, no tail numbers. It moved fast and low, hugging the terrain like it was trying not to be seen. I stood there, just watching it pass between the trees. For a second, I thought it was going to crash, but it banked hard around the slope and disappeared. Later, I found out they were doing low-elevation training runs for pilots being deployed overseas. Not unheard of, but at the time, it didn't feel like a drill. It felt like something was off kilter, like the whole valley was holding its breath. I met Dan at the pickup point around 5. He didn't say much. I didn't either. I didn't mention the kill site. No real reason to. Just another day in the field. But something about that deer wouldn't leave my head. That night, I kept thinking about how clean the kill was, how quiet the forest had gone around it, how it hadn't been covered. Mountain lions don't usually abandon a fresh kill like that. They're efficient, methodical. They cover their kills and come back to feed for days. I figure maybe something spooked it, or maybe the plane startled it. Seemed plausible, but 3 days later, a fire crew flagged something weird on that same slope. They were scouting handline routes in case the dry lightning forecast proved right. They found a second deer, this time a doe, half-eaten in a spot just uphill from where I'd been. Same deal, fresh, open kill, no attempt to cover it. The meat had been eaten right off the bones, like something large had stripped it fast. No one made a big deal of it. We live around predators. But when a pattern starts forming, 2 kills, no covering, no return feeding, both near humans, it gets your attention. The following week, I was sent to REFLAG, a boundary line along the west slope. I didn't love the idea, but the work needed to be done. I went out early, trying to get it over with before the heat got brutal. I took a different approach line, coming in from the south side this time. About halfway up, I found mountain lion scat. Fresh and close. Now, you see plenty of scat in this line of work, but there's something about a big cat that always puts you on edge. You feel how close it was. It's a message more than waste. I marked it on the GPS and kept moving, but my ears were open. I didn't take my eyes off the ridge for more than a second at a time. Then I saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a narrow game trail about 20 feet uphill from where I was standing. On it clear as day were footprints, boot prints, following the trail, but staggered. Paired with them, moving in a zigzag beside and behind, were massive cat tracks. Not old, probably just hours ahead of me. I've never felt more exposed in my life. I turned around and got out of there. Didn't finish the flagging that day. I marked what I had and hiked back out to the spur road. I didn't tell anyone what I saw until weeks later. Nobody wants to be the guy who sounds paranoid. But I'll tell you this. I haven't gone back to Ridge 68 alone since. I don't care what the maps say or what jobs come down the line. That place isn't right. It's not ghosts. It's not monsters. It's something simpler. Something more real. Out there, you're not on top of the food chain. You're just another animal trying to make it to sundown. And sometimes something older and better built for killing is just a few trees away, quiet, patient, watching. Not because it's hungry. Not always. Sometimes it's just curious what you'll do when you see the truth. I saw it, and I walked away. That's enough for me. I never thought a simple night hike would end up messing with my head the way it did. You know, just one of those trips where you think you're tough, you're ready for anything, but then the forest reminds you it doesn't give a damn about your plans. Last summer, I was working as a seasonal park ranger in the Cascades, Mount Rainier National Park, to be exact. I was 22, halfway through college, taking the summer off to make some extra cash and get experience in the field. It was hard work, long shifts, trail maintenance, visitor assistance, but I loved it. The mountains, the forest, the quiet, that feeling of being small, but somehow part of something huge. My base camp was a little dorm cabin tucked near a trailhead about 8 miles from where most of the action happened. During the day, the park was buzzing with hikers, campers, tourists snapping photos. At night, though, it was a different world. Silent, dark, and full of unknown sounds. One particular stretch of the summer, I got a few days off after a rough week of back-to-back shifts. I spent the first night off crashing in the cabin, catching up on sleep. The next evening, instead of waiting for a ride back from the ranger station, where I usually grab a lift, I thought, why not hike back alone? It's only about 7 miles, and I've done it plenty of times during the day. I figured it'd be a quick, easy way to prove to myself I could do it solo in the dark, just to keep sharp. The sun dipped below the jagged peaks, the sky bleeding deep reds and oranges, then turning to deep purple and finally pure black. I packed my flashlight, my little day pack with water, a map, and set off. At first, everything felt fine. The trail was well marked, mostly dirt path, some rocky patches, a few old wooden bridges over small streams. I crossed those creaky bridges carefully, the wood groaning under my boots. The air was thick with pine and damp earth. The smell was rich and a little sweet, like moss and old bark mixed with fresh rain. I loved it. But about 2 miles in, the forest started to swallow the light. The canopy above was thick, dense with fir and cedar, blocking out the moon and stars. The only illumination came from my flashlight, cutting a thin beam ahead, bouncing off tree trunks and patches of shiny leaves. It felt colder than it had earlier, the kind of chill that creeps into your bones. I zipped my jacket up a little more. The trail twisted and climbed steadily. I had the map memorized, but kept checking it anyway, trying to stay on track. I was alert, listening for any sounds, branches snapping, animals moving in the bushes. The usual. Bears were active this time of year, as were mountain lions, and I'd been briefed thoroughly on how to react if I saw either. Stay calm, don't run, make yourself big. I told myself over and over, you got this. After about 3 miles, I reached a rocky riverbank, a small tributary feeding into the main river down the valley. The river was low this time of year, just a thin trickle threading between rounded boulders, but made a steady gurgling noise that echoed softly in the stillness. I sat on a big rock to catch my breath and took a sip of water. The flashlight's beam cast long shadows across the stones. Then I looked up. The sky above the trees was open in this clearing, and there it was, a blood moon hanging low and enormous, a deep rusty red against the black sky. I'd seen it before, but tonight it looked different, more ominous. The red glow washed over the treetops, painting everything in a strange, eerie hue. A sudden tight knot of anxiety settled in my stomach, cold and sharp. It was like a warning, or maybe just a feeling that I'd screwed up. I shook my head and tried to focus on the trail ahead. Get together, Jake, I muttered under my breath. I stood and pushed on. The next few miles were a blur of stepping carefully over roots and rocks, crossing more rickety bridges, navigating occasional patches where the trail was faint or muddy. I kept my flashlight close, but after a couple of hours, the batteries started to falter. The beam flickered, dimmed, then blinked out. I cursed quietly. The spare batteries in my pack were for emergencies, but I didn't want to stop to dig them out. I told myself I could make it without them. Wrong. In the deep dark of the forest, your eyes struggle to adjust. Shapes shift in the corner of your vision. Tree trunks become looming figures. Shadows turn into moving threats. My heart was pounding harder now, fueled by fatigue and that lingering sense of unease. That's when I started seeing it. A figure just beyond the edge of the flashlight's reach, flickering at the edges of my vision like a bad trick. Always on the periphery, never fully clear. Just a dark shape standing between the trees, tall and motionless. Sometimes it seemed to be pointing, like it was trying to guide me somewhere or warn me about something. But I never could catch it looking directly at me. I told myself it was a deer, a large bird, or just my imagination. But every time I glanced toward where I'd seen it last, it was gone. The hours crawled by. I was cold, hungry, and my legs ached from the uneven terrain. My phone had no signal. I was alone, and the shadows around me felt thicker, almost alive. At one point, I slipped on a wet patch of moss and tumbled down a short embankment. Nothing broken, just bruised and embarrassed. I sat on the ground for a minute, breathing heavy, looking up into the black canopy. The silence was deafening. Then, just as I started to stand, I heard it, a low, guttural growl, somewhere not far away. My stomach froze. I froze. The forest was full of sounds, the river, the wind in the trees, the occasional bird call, but this growl was different. It was close, deep, and meant business. Bears. I backed away slowly, trying to keep my footing, eyes scanning for movement. My flashlight was dead. I pulled out the spare batteries, my hands shaking. I swapped them in, flicked the switch, dim light returned. Nothing was there. I kept walking, stepping faster now, but careful not to make noise. I was no stranger to these animals, but hearing one growl that close in the dark was something else entirely. At some point, I lost the trail. I stopped, spread my arms, and looked around. Trees, rocks, darkness. No signs. My map was useless now. I was disoriented. Panic crept in. The shadowy figure showed up again, fleetingly at first, then more clearly. It wasn't moving anymore. It stood just outside the circle of my flashlight beam, tall and still, pointing deeper into the forest, toward a narrow gap between the trees I hadn't noticed before. I debated whether to follow it or just keep heading the way I thought was right. I was exhausted, but something about that figure made me feel like it was the only way out. I started walking toward the gap. Branches snagged at my jacket and backpack. The ground got uneven, mossy, slippery. The forest seemed to close in tighter, every sound amplified. My mind raced. Was I following an animal? A stranger? Or just hallucinating from exhaustion? Eventually, the trees thinned, and I stumbled out onto a faint dirt road, one I recognized. It led straight back to the ranger station, a safe mile or so away. I walked fast, but cautiously until I reached the station's lights glowing softly in the distance. When I finally pushed open the door, I was soaked in sweat, muddy and shaking. I dumped my pack and sat down, breathing heavy, trying to calm down. I told my buddy about it the next day, but he just laughed it off. Said I'd been spooked by the dark and exhaustion, maybe even some wildlife. Maybe. But I never forgot that shadow, that blood moon, and that feeling of something watching me from the edges of the forest. The next few weeks, I stayed on the well-lit trails, never going out alone after dark again. Asterisk, asterisk. I learned that no matter how tough you think you are, the forest always has the last word. I was never supposed to be a ranger. Honestly, I'm still not one. But 2 summers ago, I was working as a seasonal conservation assistant for the Provincial Park Service in a remote area of Vancouver Island. My name's Jake, mid-20s, grew up in Vancouver proper, city kid through and through. I barely knew the wilderness before this job. The closest I'd been to real, thick forest was weekend camping trips with my parents as a kid. Now, here I was living at the edge of Carmanah-Walbrand Provincial Park, a massive swath of rainforest with huge, old-growth trees, rugged trails, and almost no visitors. That's summer. The rain had been lighter than usual. The streams were low, the air warmer, and there was an eerie quiet to the forest that I wasn't used to. My job was mostly trail maintenance, checking signs, clearing fallen branches, but I had days off where I'd explore on my own. One weekend, I decided to do a hike deeper than usual. The park was stunning, towering firs, moss thick enough to walk on, and the kind of silence that feels alive. I left early in the morning with a small pack, water, some granola bars, a map I barely knew how to read, and my phone with spotty reception. The first few hours were amazing. The trail wound along a low river valley, sunlight breaking through the thick canopy. Then, as I climbed a ridge and came to a small plateau, something shifted. It wasn't a sound exactly. It was a feeling, a prickling at the back of my neck. My gut tightened like a warning bell. The bird stopped singing. The air grew still. I'm not a superstitious guy, but I've learned to trust my instincts in the woods. If something feels off, it usually is. So I turned back. Head down, I made my way back to the trailhead and then to my car, heart racing. The city part of me wanted to laugh it off, but the forest part, new and raw, was telling me something. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying it in my head. You're a wimp, I told myself. You need to push past it. Next morning, I was back at it. Packed heavier this time. Extra food, a flashlight, more water. No one knew I was going out. I wanted to prove to myself I could go further, make it to the summit of Mount McDonald, a place only a few people ever bothered with because of how remote and rugged it was. I started early again, taking a different route to avoid the spot where I'd felt uneasy the day before. The forest felt normal, humid, alive, full of distant bird calls. The river was almost dry, so I found a way to walk along the exposed bed. I was enjoying the quiet, the solitude. No map, no real plan, just walking where my feet took me. Eventually, I reached the mouth of a glacial river that fed into the valley. The water was icy and fast, too dangerous to cross. I had to find another way, so I veered off trail, deeper into the thick trees, looking for a crossing upstream. About 20 minutes in, something caught my eye. The forest floor was covered in this thick, low-lying fog, hovering just a foot off the ground. It looked almost magical, like a mist from a dream, dense and white. The kind of thing I'd expect in a swamp or early morning, but it was mid-afternoon and the air was still. I reached down and pushed my hand through the fog. It swirled around my fingers, cool and smooth. I wasn't scared yet, just curious. Then I noticed the fog wasn't natural mist. It was smoke, but it had no smell. No smell at all, which was the weirdest part. Smoke always has a smell. This didn't. I looked closer and saw the source. It was coming from an old metal pipe sticking out of the ground, almost hidden beneath a thick tangle of moss and logs. The logs were huge, massive, heavy timber arranged perfectly perpendicular like the floor of a cabin. I realized I was standing on the roof of something underground, a hidden shelter or a bunker. How the hell had I never seen it before? I called out quietly, "Hello?" No answer, just the soft hiss of the smoke, the quiet forest. I listened closely and heard faint noises underfoot. Movement? It was impossible to tell. A cold sweat ran down my back. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding. Then, suddenly, every rational thought shut off. I turned and ran. I didn't stop. I ran as fast as I could, dodging branches, skidding down slopes, the forest blurring around me. When I got back to my truck, I was shaking, breathless, covered in dirt and sweat. I tried to start the engine, but it wouldn't turn over. The battery was dead, or was something disconnected. I had no phone signal. Panic rising. I thought about what could have happened if I was stuck there all night. After what felt like forever, my friends showed up. I called them on a signal patch from a ridge I climbed to. They helped me fix the battery connection. It was loose, probably from the rough road. They smoked some weed to calm me down while we sat by the lake nearby. The fear slowly ebbed away, replaced by relief. The following weeks, I went back with binoculars to watch the river area. I saw no movement, no signs of anyone. Then, after heavy rains, a body was found tangled near the dam downstream. A homeless man who had been living rough in the woods. His death was ruled accidental drowning, but something about it felt off. Later that summer, I took some friends back to the spot. The logs on the shelter had been moved. Now there was just a small pit, no signs of recent use or campfires. Whoever had been there was gone. That experience changed me. I learned never to go into the woods alone, to always tell someone where I'm going. And if I ever see strange fog on the forest floor again, I won't touch it. No matter how much I want to prove myself, nature still holds secrets you don't want to mess with. That summer, I faced that quiet, watching fear in the wild, and I'm lucky it didn't answer back. I've been working in the Forest Service for most of my life, and over the years, I've seen a lot of strange and unsettling things. Some of it comes from nature itself, the raw, untamed wild that feels alive in a way that's both beautiful and sometimes terrifying. Other times it's just people or the eerie silence that comes from being so far out where no one else is around. But there's one stretch of time, one place in particular, that still sticks with me. The creepiest and most unsettling work I ever did. That was back in 2010 when I was 28, working up in northern British Columbia near the border with Alberta. That area is rough, remote, and mostly covered by giant muskeg swamps. It's the kind of place where summer roads don't exist, too wet, too muddy, too dangerous. You can only get in by air, and even then, you have to be careful. I was sent up there with a small crew to do some forest inventory and pest assessment work. The company hired a helicopter to drop us off because there was no way to get in otherwise. We flew in early in the morning, the sky still pale and gray, the clouds hanging low over endless stretches of trees and swamp. There were 4 of us dropped in total, 2 men and 2 women. My partner, Claire, and I were assigned the same block, a patch of forest about a couple of kilometers square, but told to split up and start at opposite ends so we could work towards each other. The helicopter pilot would return in the afternoon to pick us up or drop off more workers to help finish the job. Claire was a calm and quiet type, always soft-spoken, no hint of anger or foul language. I liked working with her. We had a good rhythm and a shared understanding of what the job entailed. I headed off to the far end of the block, carrying my pack with all the gear I needed, GPS sample bags, a compass, insect traps, some basic survival stuff, a few cans of food, and water. The muskeg was thick here, with clumps of black spruce trees standing tall amid knee-deep water and patches of sphagnum moss that squished underfoot. The ground was uneven, soaked, and soft. Every step had to be deliberate. I started my work, marking tree samples, setting traps, checking insect damage signs, making notes. The place was quiet except for the sounds of birds and the buzz of mosquitoes and black flies. The swampy air was heavy and damp. After about 2 hours, something strange happened. Out of nowhere, I heard shouting. Not just any shouting, but screaming, yelling, cursing, angry, loud, and furious. It was a woman's voice, sharp and harsh, swearing like I had never heard from Claire or anyone on the crew. It echoed across the swamp, carried by the wind in fits and bursts. I froze and looked around, trying to figure out where the sound came from. It was loud, but distant, somewhere deeper in the block. I yelled back, but no answer came. The yelling continued, overlapping words I couldn't make out clearly, but filled with anger and frustration. I radioed Claire to ask if she was okay, or if she was the one yelling. She responded quickly, sounding confused, saying she heard the shouting too, but it wasn't her. The yelling went on for hours, rising and falling with the wind, but never really stopping. It was unnerving, like something in the woods was angry or desperate. Claire and I decided to stick together for the rest of the day, moving cautiously toward each other through the swamp. The swamp slowed us down. The water reached our knees in places. The mud sucked at our boots. Every step was a challenge, and the yelling continued around us, sometimes close, sometimes far away. In the afternoon, the helicopter returned, dropping a few more workers on the edge of the block. Before they landed, we heard the roar of 2 quads speeding away into the thick bush, their engines cutting through the quiet swamp. The pilots circled the block, trying to spot anyone out there who might be in trouble or lost, but there were no trails, no signs of people walking through the muskeg. The swamp was mostly impassable on foot, waterlogged and dangerous. The rest of the crew and I spent the next few days working in the block, but the yelling never stopped completely. It was as if the swamp itself carried some kind of anger or pain. Other strange things happened during that season, things that still haunt me. Once, while marking trees, I killed a small animal, a hare or something, to keep the trap bait fresh. After a few hours, a pack of wolves started tracking me. I could hear them behind me, moving quietly through the trees, their eyes glowing in the darkening forest. They never attacked, but followed me for hours, close enough to feel their presence. Another time, while driving the crew truck through a gravel road near the camp, I found a dead animal that had been gutted and dropped near the driver's door. It was fresh enough that the smell was strong and sickening. We had to crawl in from the passenger side. Then there was a day when one of my coworkers came back from the woods in full panic. He had found pairs of skeletal feet stuffed into running shoes, lying in a small clearing not far from our camp. The feet were real, but the toes were missing, and it looked like someone had deliberately placed them there like a weird, sick joke. We called the RCMP to investigate, but they never found who did it. It was disturbing, especially since it happened just as the reports of human feet washing up on the coast started making news, a gruesome mystery that went unsolved for years. All these things combined made that season one of the most unsettling I've ever experienced. But it was that first day, the day in the muskeg, with the yelling, that stuck with me the most. When we left the block, we talked about it, but no one could explain what we had heard. No other workers, no pilot, no search team ever found anything or anyone who could have been yelling like that. The swamp kept its secrets. In the years since, I've worked in many remote places, faced dangerous animals, unpredictable weather, and difficult terrain, but nothing ever matched the feeling of that endless yelling echoing through the muskeg. It was real, raw, and terrifying. A reminder that sometimes the forest holds more than just trees and animals. Sometimes it holds the unexplained, the unfathomable, and the very human fear of being utterly alone in a wild, strange place. It was early fall of 2017, a crisp morning in the small town of Pine Hollow, nestled just at the edge of the national forest where I worked as a seasonal park ranger. Most days, my job kept me out in the woods, patrolling trails, checking campsites, and helping lost hikers find their way. But for part of the season, I was also assigned to deliver mail to a handful of isolated homes scattered along the outskirts of town, a little extra duty that kept me on my toes, even if it wasn't the kind of work I'd signed up for. I was driving my beat-up Forest Service truck down a quiet suburban street that curved gently along the base of a low ridge, lined with modest houses shaded by tall maples just starting to turn their colors. The road was narrow, not one designed for heavy traffic or mail delivery trucks, but since this was my route, I knew every mailbox and every yard. It wasn't a walking route, so I usually drove right up to each box, pulled over, hopped out, and handed out packages or letters. That day, the air was cool, the smell of damp leaves and wood smoke in the distance, and a soft, gray sky overhead promised rain by afternoon. I was making my rounds and I noticed a man standing by his mailbox. He was in his mid-50s, maybe a bit older, dressed in faded jeans and a worn flannel shirt, his hands stuffed in his pockets as he waited patiently. His thinning hair was mostly gray, and he had that easy, small-town look like he'd lived there for decades. The kind of guy who probably knew everyone in the neighborhood by name. I slowed down, rolled the window down, and called out a quick morning. He smiled and nodded. When I pulled up to his driveway, I hopped out and walked up to him carrying a large padded envelope. "Got something for you," I said, offering the package. He took it from me and said, "Actually, this one's not for me. It's for my wife. She's expecting a package today." I nodded and said, "Yeah, I've got it right here." The padded envelope was heavy and oddly shaped. It was firm but had a strange cylindrical feel through the thick paper padding. I reached for my scanner to scan the barcode and get the delivery logged, but the scanner beeped with an error tone. I tried again and again, but the barcode just wouldn't scan. I frowned, feeling a little embarrassed because I knew the guy was waiting and I didn't want to hold him up. "Sorry about this," I said as I fumbled with the device. "Looks like I'll have to type the number in by hand." While I was typing, the man suddenly spoke in a low voice, like he wasn't sure if he should say it, then laughed nervously. "The package is for my wife," he said. "She went to one of those parties, the kind for adults." His words hung awkwardly between us, and I looked at the envelope again. It was obvious now what was inside. The shape was unmistakable, a large, dense cylinder probably made of silicone or something similar. It was a dildo. I felt my cheeks heat up, but I forced a dry laugh and said, "Wow. Well, good for you guys." I handed the package back to him, trying not to let my amusement or surprise show too much. He chuckled and nodded, obviously relieved I hadn't made a big deal out of it. I climbed back into the truck and pulled away, shaking my head quietly to myself. That moment stuck with me longer than I expected. Over the next days, I kept thinking about how strange it was to have that little glimpse into someone's private life, and how sometimes the job throws you into moments you never see coming, moments that are real and raw and funny all at once. Delivering mail wasn't the usual part of being a ranger, but that day reminded me that even the smallest jobs can give you the oddest stories. And honestly, it was one of the most human moments I'd experienced in a long time out in the wilderness. From then on, every time I saw that man waiting at his mailbox, I'd smile a little inside, knowing that even in a quiet place like Pine Hollow, life has its weird, unexpected edges. And sometimes it's the little things like delivering a package that doesn't scan that make the day memorable. The forest trails, the wildlife, the quiet solitude, all that is part of being a ranger. But so are moments like these where you get to see the world from a different angle, one padded envelope at a time. And that was the story of one quiet morning in early fall when a simple package delivery reminded me that behind every door, there's a story waiting to be told, even if it's just a little awkward, a little funny, and entirely real. I'm a forester working deep in the mountains of western Montana. It's 2019, and I'm 29 years old. I've been with the State Forestry Service for almost 6 years now, mostly doing solo patrols and resource monitoring in some of the most remote, rugged places you can find. My job is mostly peaceful. I'm out there to check on the health of the forests, monitor wildlife tracks, inspect for illegal activities, and sometimes respond to emergencies like fires or lost hikers. It's a job that suits me well. I like the quiet and the solitude. But over time, I've learned there are some parts of this work that just don't sit right with me. Running into fresh mountain lion or bear scat in tracks is one thing. It's part of the job, and I've learned to respect the wildness of those animals. But what really gets under my skin are the other people. That's why I started carrying a gun, even though it's against our official policy. The agency strongly discourages firearms on routine patrols, but I couldn't ignore what happened one afternoon 2 years ago. That incident changed how I think about safety in the backcountry and why I now trust my gut more than anyone else's rules. It was late July in 2017. The air was dry and hot, but not unbearable, about 85 degrees in the shade, if you could find any shade. I was out on a 2-day survey with a new coworker, a guy named Dave. Dave was in his early 30s, quiet but friendly enough, with a wide brim hat and a pair of dusty boots that looked like they'd been through hell and back. We were about 12 miles from the nearest road, deep in the Sapphire Mountains, a place where cell service didn't exist and no one passed through unless they were hunting or hiking. We thought we were completely alone. Dave and I spent the morning marking the boundaries of a protected area, looking for signs of illegal logging or poaching. Around noon, we stopped near a small creek to rest and have a snack. Dave was sitting on a fallen log, fiddling with the GPS, and I decided to step off about 20 yards into the trees to relieve myself. The forest was thick with spruce and fir, and the ground was soft underfoot from last week's rain. I didn't think much about my surroundings. That's the problem. I was so used to being out here alone that I let my guard down for just a moment. Then, just as I finished and turned back toward the clearing, I saw him. At first, I thought it was a hunter or a lost hiker. A man, standing completely still about 25 feet away from me, barely visible through the thick trees and bushes. He wasn't moving or making a sound. I froze, and for a second I thought maybe he hadn't seen me. Then he stepped forward, slow, deliberate, and I got this sudden, icy feeling in my gut. There was something wrong about this guy. His face, I'll never forget it, was something I can't even describe properly. It was like all the kindness and humanity had been sucked out of it. His eyes were hard and cold, and his mouth was twisted into a slight smirk. Pure evil. I could feel his intent before he even moved. It was like he wanted to hurt me. I'm not exaggerating when I say I screamed, loud and raw, right there in the forest. I didn't care who heard me. I just wanted to scare him off. At that moment, Dave called out, yelling, "Are you okay?" The man didn't say a word. He just turned around and disappeared into the thick trees, like a shadow, melting away. I ran back to Dave, my heart pounding, unable to explain what had just happened. Later, when I told him about it, he said if I'd been alone, that guy wouldn't have just walked away. He might have attacked me, and I believed him. That encounter made me rethink a lot. I started carrying a small pistol hidden in my pack, ready in case I ever needed it. It was against the rules, yes, but I wasn't going to be a victim just because some policy told me I shouldn't be armed. That wasn't the only weird or dangerous thing I ran into. Another time, I was doing a wetland survey down in the swamps of South Carolina, near the Okefenokee area in the summer of 2018. I was driving an amphibious vehicle, an Argo, through the shallow water and mud, checking on beaver activity and water levels. It was muggy and hot, and bugs swarmed around me like a living cloud. Suddenly, I heard the drone of a helicopter overhead. I looked up and saw my boss, Mike, flying an aerial patrol. I waved at him, grinning. It was kind of funny to see him scouting from above while I was slogging through muck below. But then my cell phone rang, something that rarely happened out there. It was Mike, and his voice was urgent. "Get back in your vehicle now, Sarah. You're walking straight toward a 10-foot alligator." I froze and looked down the path I'd been walking. Sure enough, about 30 feet ahead, sunning itself on the muddy bank, was a massive gator. I hadn't even seen it until that moment. I jumped back into the Argo and motored away slowly, my heart still racing. It was weird because I've crossed paths with alligators plenty of times, but I'd never had a helicopter watching my back like that. It made me realize how much danger I sometimes put myself in, even when I think I'm careful. Over the years, I've also stumbled across some strange stuff that didn't quite make sense. One time, in 2016, while patrolling a remote logging road in northern Idaho, I found this huge pile of dental molds stacked near an old abandoned cabin. They were the kind you get when you go to the orthodontist, those thick plaster casts of teeth and gums. The pile was at least 3 feet high, maybe 20 or 30 casts, some yellowed and cracked, others still pretty new. I'm not going to lie, it was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen out in the forest. But I'm a sucker for weird stuff, so I took about 30 of them back with me. I started leaving them around town, in weird places like gas station bathrooms or on benches at the local diner, with funny little quotes written on the bottom in Sharpie. I like to see the looks on people's faces when they found them, confused, freaked out, or just plain curious. A friend of mine, a dental assistant, later told me those molds are expensive to dispose of properly, so some shady dentists just dump them illegally. It's disgusting but real. People find ways to trash the environment that are beyond anything I ever expected. Another strange moment happened last year while I was hiking out of the woods after a long day of sampling soil and vegetation. Out of nowhere, a fish fell from the sky and landed right in front of me on the trail. I was dumbfounded for a second until I saw a hawk circling overhead, carrying its prey away. It was a small moment, but it stuck with me. The wild can surprise you in the strangest ways. But the most disturbing thing I ever heard about didn't happen to me. It happened to a coworker. He was doing a routine check near an abandoned mining site in the Bitterroot Mountains. There was an old metal tub covered with plywood near the edge of the clearing. Curious, he lifted the plywood and looked inside. It was full of dead dogs, dozens of them piled up like someone had just dumped a bunch of animals there and left them to rot. There was no reason for it, no explanation, just cruelty. People could be the worst part of this job. Nature is wild and dangerous. Yes, but it's honest. People are unpredictable. They hide behind smiles and silence. And sometimes they carry the darkest intentions. I tell you all this because I want to be clear about what the job is really like. It's not just about beautiful forests, quiet wildlife, or peaceful hikes. It's about being alert all the time. It's about trusting your instincts, even when you're tired and alone. It's about carrying a weapon when the official rules say you shouldn't, because the rules don't protect you from every danger. And it's about knowing that sometimes the scariest thing out there isn't a mountain lion or a bear. It's a man. I still remember that day in the Sapphire Mountains like it was yesterday. How the man appeared out of nowhere, silent and still, like some nightmare made real. How my scream tore through the trees. How my heart hammered so loud I thought it might burst. I'm lucky I wasn't alone, because if I had been, I don't want to think about what might have happened. Since then, I've been more cautious. I don't wander far from others unless I absolutely have to. I keep my gun close, even if it means bending the rules. And I never forget the truth about people, that sometimes the wildest animals you face out here don't have fur or claws. They have 2 legs and a look in their eyes that chills you to the bone. That's the reality of being a forester in the backcountry. The wilderness can be unforgiving, but people can be far worse. That's why I stay sharp. That's why I watch the shadows, even when I think I'm alone. Because out here, you're never truly alone. Not when there are monsters hiding in plain sight. And that's something no policy can protect you from. In the summer of 2011, I was 24 and my best friends and I decided to take a trip deep into the Blue Ridge Mountains in western North Carolina. None of us were official rangers or anything like that. Just city kids who had grown up loving the outdoors and wanted to spend a few nights away from everything, camping and hiking through the wilderness. We thought we knew what we were doing. All the usual precautions, bear canisters, proper food storage, the works. What happened that night changed the way I looked at camping forever. We picked a campsite high up on a ridge, almost 5,000 feet in elevation, near the border of the national forest and a huge wilderness area. The spot was gorgeous, surrounded by towering pines and thick rhododendron bushes, with a view of the valley below where the sun dipped behind the mountains in the evening. We'd come at the end of a long day of hiking, sweaty and tired but proud. We set up 2 tents a few feet apart. Me and my closest friend, Jason, in one, and the other 2 guys, Mike and Aaron, in the other. We had followed all the rules. We were extra careful. We washed off all scents, sunscreen, bug spray, even the smell of the trail mix on our hands. All food and scented items were locked away in the bear-proof canister a good distance from camp, and we triple-checked everything before crawling into our sleeping bags. The night air was cool, but humid, the kind that makes you appreciate your warm bag more. By 10:30 p.m., the last embers of our small fire had gone cold. The forest was alive with the soft sounds of crickets and distant owls, the wind gently stirring the needles above us. We were exhausted and felt safe. It was pitch black outside, except for the faint glow of the moon filtering through the thin nylon walls of our tent. Lying there in the dark, I could see shadows of tree branches swaying across the tent's ceiling, like ghosts dancing just out of reach. Jason and I whispered quietly, making sure the other tent was settled too. Then the forest slipped into silence as we finally drifted off to sleep. I don't know exactly how long we had been asleep when the noise started. It wasn't subtle at first, a heavy, loud banging that echoed across the campsite. It came from just a few feet outside our tent, somewhere close to the other tent where Mike and Aaron were sleeping. I shot awake immediately, heart pounding in my chest, eyes wide open but useless in the darkness. The banging wasn't just 1 or 2 knocks. It was a chaotic thumping and crashing, like something big was pushing against a fallen log or tossing around a pile of gear. A deep grunting sound came with it, low and guttural, almost a growl, but not quite. It made my skin crawl. Jason stirred beside me, and we both held our breath, our hands finding each other in the dark. Moving even an inch felt like a death sentence because the thin nylon tent would rustle with the slightest shift in our sleeping bags. The sound grew closer. Something was pushing and rubbing against our tent side. Heavy, rough, and constant. I could feel the vibrations through the thin fabric, like the creature's body was pressed right against me. My heart was beating so fast I thought it might burst. At first, I convinced myself it was one bear. But then the sounds multiplied. Different grunts, shuffles, the distinct scrape of fur rubbing along nylon in several places around the camp. We were surrounded. I was frozen with fear. I could see in the pale moonlight the enormous shapes moving just outside. Through the tent, the silhouettes were massive. At least 3 of them, their heads and shoulders easily as tall as me, went on their hind legs. The bristled fur brushing over the tent walls was unmistakable. I could hear them grunting, throwing gear around, knocking over backpacks and tents, shaking the area with their weight. Our bear-proof camp had clearly not deterred these giants. The most terrifying part was the way they interacted with our tent. One bear stood up and leaned its full weight against our tent side. I could hear its claws gently scraping, the rough rasp of fur sliding back and forth over the thin nylon. The tent was like a wall to them, but it felt paper thin to me. I knew with one swipe they could tear through and get inside in an instant. I closed my eyes, trying to stay calm, but the pounding and grunting didn't stop. The bears were fascinated by our camp, curious or maybe frustrated. They weren't aggressive toward us yet, but the sheer size and power of these animals, so close, was bone-chilling. I thought about the rules we'd followed, the food stored away carefully, how we'd washed off any scent. None of it mattered to them. Up here on the ridge, the bears probably smelled us just like any other animal. Maybe they were hungry, or maybe they just wanted to mess with us. The noise went on and on, like it lasted forever. Every minute felt like an hour. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe properly, couldn't even whisper. Jason squeezed my hand tightly, and I held on to that small connection for dear life. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the sound began to fade. The bears slowly moved away, grunting and crashing down the hill toward the trees. I dared to peek outside and saw their huge shapes retreating into the darkness. The relief I felt was overwhelming, but didn't erase the fear that would stay with me forever. Almost immediately after, Mike and Aaron burst into our tent, carrying a rifle they had stashed nearby for emergencies. We huddled together, eyes wide, listening for any more noises until the first faint light of dawn began to filter through the trees. When morning came, we crept out and surveyed the campsite. The damage was shocking. Bags had been shredded, clothes strewn everywhere, some gear crushed under the weight of the bears. Thankfully, nothing food-related had been touched. All the food was still safe in the bear canister. We packed up quickly and left that ridge that day. I never went camping again after that trip. Before that night, I thought camping was about fun, adventure, and freedom. But that night taught me something else. Out there in the wild, you're not the one in control. The forest belongs to the animals. Powerful, unpredictable, and utterly indifferent to you. That night on the ridge, I learned what it truly means to be vulnerable. There's no monster under the bed, no ghost in the woods, just real animals with sharp claws and immense strength, drawn by scent and curiosity. And when they come close, there's nothing you can do but hold your breath and hope they lose interest before it's too late. That sound, the rough scrape of their fur against the thin nylon, still haunts me. I remember it clearly over a decade later. It was the sound of being so close to nature's raw power and so utterly small. Camping changed after that for me. I don't think I'll ever be the same. My name's Chris Dunlap. I'm 32 years old, and I've worked as a backcountry ranger at Glacier Peak National Wilderness in Washington since 2017. Most of my job is hiking trail loops, clearing debris, inspecting signage, checking permits, and making sure no one's hurt or lost. It's not glamorous, but it's peaceful. Or at least it used to be. Since early 2023, 25 people have gone missing in this park. That's not a typo. 25. Not one body recovered. Not one confirmed found. Just gone. It's been bothering me for a long time, and I'm sure I'll lose my job for writing this. Maybe more than my job, but I don't care anymore. This has to be said. Back in the day, when someone didn't return from a hike, it was all hands on deck. We'd mobilize quickly. We'd do dawn-to-dusk searches, grid by grid, covering trails and off-trail zones. We even used dogs and helicopters when it got bad. We took it seriously. But something changed last year. I didn't think much of it at first. A solo hiker didn't come back from the Lost Creek trailhead in early spring 2023. That's a rough section. High elevation, patchy signage, and a few dangerous drops if you're not paying attention. When I asked our supervisor, Phil Garrett, what the plan was, he just said, SAR's taking over. Just keep doing your rounds, Chris. Search and rescue. Sure, they're legit, but the way he said it, he didn't even look me in the eye. No briefing, no gear staging, no maps laid out. I'd never seen it handled like that before. It happened again a week later, and again the week after that. Soon, we weren't being sent out at all when people went missing. We were told to monitor trail conditions and keep up routine presence. Always the same phrases. After the fifth or sixth disappearance, the other rangers and I started talking. Quietly, in passing. None of us liked what we were seeing, but no one wanted to push back too hard. By June, we had a new policy: Unwritten, of course. Stay out of missing persons cases. Full stop. If a family shows up, act like we're helping. Nod. Offer condolences. Then let the private SAR team handle it. We weren't even given their contact info. Just told they were contracted. We'd ask who they were. Phil would just say, they're above our pay grade. That's when I started keeping notes. Dates, names, trail locations. I kept them offline. Paper only, hidden in the bottom of my footlocker. I figured maybe someday, something would break. Maybe a whistleblower or a reporter would come sniffing around. But no one ever did. I try to rationalize it. Maybe the terrain's gotten worse. Maybe there's some new liability clause. Maybe it's just bureaucracy. But then people started disappearing in places that didn't make sense. Short trails, even nature walks near the visitor center. Good weather days, experienced hikers, whole groups, gone. By September, I didn't think it was bad luck anymore. I'll tell you the day everything changed for me. March 14th, 2024. It was cloudy, typical for early spring up here. I was assigned to the East Fork area, hiking out past Silverline Ridge. It's one of the quieter trails, not as scenic as the lake loops, but good for spotting blowdowns after a storm. I've been up that way probably 20 times before. Knew it like the back of my hand. About 3 miles up, I stopped for water near an old trail junction that's not even on the current maps anymore. That's when I saw something off to the left. A little shimmer, almost like light reflecting off a mirror deep in the trees. I thought maybe it was litter, a mylar blanket, or someone's dropped gear. So I stepped off trail, maybe 50 feet into the woods. What I found wasn't trash. It was a tiny square in the forest floor, about a foot across, barely noticeable. Looked like soil at first, but there was a faint glow coming from the edges. Just a dim white-blue light, steady, not flickering. I crouched and brushed away the top layer of pine needles. There was a hatch underneath. Metal, with mesh netting screwed to the underside like it was meant to hide it. The door was slightly open. I hesitated. Every nerve in my body was telling me not to touch it. But I did. I pulled it open all the way. Underneath was a hole, maybe 3 feet deep and only wide enough for one person to lie in. In the far corner was an LED camping light, stuck into the dirt wall. The floor was smooth, packed earth, and on all 4 sides, the walls were lined with Polaroid photos. Hundreds of them. The images were all of hikers. Some looked like tourists, selfies, people posing near trail signs. But every photo had been taken from a low angle, like from knee height or lower. Some were so close up it was hard to tell what you were looking at: a backpack, a shoe, someone tying a boot. Others showed people walking unaware from behind. My stomach turned. A few of the faces I recognized. One was a woman reported missing in July last year. I remember because her sister showed up at the ranger station sobbing, begging us to help. Another photo was of an older guy with a tan hat and a green vest. We found his car in the upper lot last fall. He was never found. I scanned the images, not even realizing I was holding my breath. And then I saw it. A photo of me. It had been taken that morning. I was walking up the ridge, looking at my GPS. It was taken from the brush, maybe 10 feet away. I staggered back, breathing hard. Then I heard it. Crack. Not loud. Just the sound of a twig snapping. But it wasn't me. I hadn't moved. I didn't look around. I just ran. I left the hatch open and sprinted down the trail, backpack bouncing against my shoulders. I didn't stop until I reached the trailhead near our service cabin. Locked the door, slid a bench in front of it, and sat in silence until sunrise. The next morning, another ranger, Marcus, came by to swap out radios. I told him I wanted to check something up Silverline Ridge. Didn't say why. He grumbled, but came along. We hiked up to the spot. I knew exactly where I'd stepped off the trail. It had a dead fir tree leaning at an angle like a marker. But the hatch was gone. Not hidden. Gone. The dirt was untouched. No disturbed soil. No tool marks. The forest floor looked natural, undisturbed. Marcus gave me a weird look and asked what I was looking for. I told him I thought I saw a poacher's cache the day before, but it must have been nothing. That was the last day I worked in that area. I asked for 2 weeks off. Said there was a family emergency. Phil didn't look convinced, but he signed the form. I drove home that same day, didn't even stop to pack all my gear. I told myself I'd use the time to calm down, reset, think rationally. But then things got worse. 3 days ago, I was making breakfast at my apartment. Same thing I do every morning: eggs, toast, black coffee. My cat was batting at something under the radiator vent on the floor. She does that sometimes when toys get stuck. I crouched down, unscrewed the vent grate, reached in, and pulled out a Polaroid photo. It was of me standing at the stove, making breakfast, taken from low to the ground. Same angle as all the others. My stomach turned cold. I ran to check all my windows. Doors. Nothing broken. Nothing open. The deadbolt was still locked. I searched the whole apartment. Closets, behind the shower curtain, under the bed. Nothing. Then I looked closer at the vent. The metal edge had faint scratches, fresh, like someone had opened it carefully. I checked the building's front door security cam feed. It only stores 24 hours. Nothing unusual. I called the landlord, asked if anyone had come in for repairs. He said no. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark with a baseball bat, listening to every creak, every gust of wind. The next morning, I went back to my storage locker, pulled out the paper notes I kept, dates, names, trails. I added everything: the hatch, the photos, the one of me in the apartment. Then I printed duplicates, mailed one set to my brother in Oregon, another to an old friend who freelances for a newspaper in Spokane. Told them both not to open them unless they don't hear from me in a week. Then I started writing this. I don't care anymore if I get fired. I don't know who's behind this. I don't know what the Park Service is hiding or who is telling them to keep quiet. But I know this much. Someone is out there. Someone who knows the trails better than we do. Someone who moves through the forest without a sound. Someone who burrows in and watches. For hours, maybe days, taking pictures, studying movements, picking people, and now they're watching me. I don't think it's over. I think it's just starting, because just now, as I'm finishing this, I heard a sound. Another crack. Outside my window. Second floor. No wind. No animals. Just someone standing still. Waiting. I don't know if I'll make it through the night. But I'm posting this now, everywhere I can. If I disappear, know that it wasn't an accident. There's something happening in the backcountry, and it's not a ghost story. It's not a monster. It's a person, and they're still out there. I guess I'll start by saying I never expected any of this. Not the layoffs, not what came after, and definitely not where I ended up that last week of April. My name's Ben Rourke. I'm 32. I've spent most of my adult life chasing seasonal ranger gigs across the western U.S., Utah, Arizona, Colorado, parts of Montana. I lived in a beat-up 2006 Subaru Forester that smelled like coffee and damp wool. Slept at trailheads. Ate chili most nights. Bathed in rivers. Sometimes went weeks without reception. I never really complained about any of that. I chose this life. I loved it. Still do in some way. Anyway, I had finally landed what I thought was going to be my first real permanent season. 6 months, full-time, with the Forest Service out in the San Juan Mountains near Pagosa Springs. It was a backcountry patrol position. Not glamorous. Trail maintenance, minor search and rescue, wildlife reports, visitor safety checks. But it was mine. I'd earned it. I'd busted my ass with a Marine Corps, piled up student debt on a natural resources degree, survived on minimum wage contracts, and picked up all the certs, WFR, chainsaw, even took a defensive tactics course in Missoula just to make myself stand out. Then, 3 days before I was supposed to report, I got the email. Seasonal employment suspended due to budget reassessment. No real explanation. No time frame. Just gone. I wasn't the only one. I found out quick that almost everyone I knew in the seasonal circuit got the same message. Some were already on site. Some had driven across the country. Some had families. I didn't know whether to scream or cry. I did neither. I just sat in the front seat of my Subaru at a Safeway parking lot in Durango, stared out the window, and let the cold coffee in my cup holder go lukewarm. I didn't know what to do next. A week later, I got a message from a guy I'd worked with in Arizona. His name was Kurt. Ex-military, old-school hard-ass, but he liked me because I worked quiet and fast. He was filling in on a private conservation contract up near the Rio Grande National Forest, south of Creede. Not federal, but quasi-legal, privately funded. some partnership between a conservation group and a logging outfit trying to manage beetle kill. They needed someone to check boundary fences, clear deadfall, and monitor any hiker or hunter traffic, especially poachers. It wasn't a real ranger job, but it paid, and it was off-grid. I said yes without asking questions. That's how I ended up near Red Pine Basin. Hashtag Red Pine. If you haven't heard of Red Pine, I'm not surprised. It's not on most maps, at least not as anything more than a drainage name or a faint logging road. The basin sits in a blind pocket of the La Garita Mountains, tucked beneath a shelf of crumbling granite and beetle-eaten lodgepole pine. No visitors, no cell signal, no chatter, just wind, rock, and the smell of rot. My station was a converted firewatch shack, the kind built in the 50s and left to fall apart. No plumbing, no generator, just a cast iron stove, a cot, and a propane lantern. The first few days weren't bad. I settled into the rhythm I knew well. Mornings of oatmeal and instant coffee, days spent hiking fence lines, logging fallen trees, reporting signs of illegal hunting. Nothing complicated. The days were long, but familiar. Then I started finding the wire. It was on day 5, I think. I was following an old cow trail along the North Ridge, maybe 8,000 feet up, when I saw it. A thin strand of barbed wire, strung shin-high, running between 2 trees. That wasn't unusual in itself. A lot of the old ranchers used to run cattle up here before the permits got pulled. But this wire was new, bright steel, no rust. It wasn't attached to posts either, just looped tight around 2 living aspens, bark already cutting where it bit in. I flagged it with orange tape and logged the GPS point, assuming it was a leftover snare or some cattleman marking boundary for his own record. But then I found another one the next day, and another after that. They weren't aligned. They weren't connected. They were just scattered, random, strung between trees at awkward angles, always low to the ground, sometimes buried in undergrowth where you wouldn't see them unless you tripped. That's when I started getting uneasy. I reported on my weekly check-in with Kurt, but reception was so bad, I only got a single bar on my sat phone. He told me to keep documenting, but didn't sound concerned. Probably just locals screwing around, he said. People get bored out there. You'll see. I wasn't so sure. Then I found the trap. Hashtag the first find. It was a steel jaw leg trap, the old kind with teeth. Illegal in most of the U.S. now. Hidden under a pile of pine needles near a narrow game trail. It was cocked and loaded. If I hadn't spotted the odd shape in the dirt, I would have stepped right into it. My stomach turned when I saw it. Not because of the danger, but because of the intent. This wasn't for wildlife. It was set for people. The angle, the height, it was meant to catch a foot. Human. I disarmed it carefully and packed it back in my pack. Hauled it back to the shack. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the wire, the traps, the way it all seemed so deliberately placed. It felt like I wasn't supposed to be there. But I stayed. I told myself I was just rattled, that I'd been alone too long. That paranoia comes easy when there's no one around to check your thinking. Then came the deer. Hashtag the kill. On the 10th morning, I found a mule deer doe hanging from a tree near my eastern fence line. It had been gutted, but not like a hunter would do it. There was no care taken, just a gash up the belly, organs spilling out, legs roped up with that same bright wire I'd found before. Its head was missing. I stared at it for a long time, heart hammering in my chest. Not because I hadn't seen dead animals before. I had. Too many. But this was posed. Hung like a message. And there were no tracks. No boot prints. No drag marks. Nothing but the deer, swinging in the morning breeze, blood pooling on the pine needles. I radioed it in. Kurt didn't respond. Not for hours. When he finally did, his voice was clipped. Tense. Cut it down. Don't leave it there. I asked him again who else was in the area. Hunters? Locals? He didn't answer that part. Just said stick to the job. You'll be out soon anyway. Hashtag the last days. Something changed after that. I started waking up at night, hearing branches crack outside. Footsteps, maybe. Sometimes it was wind. Sometimes it wasn't. I kept my hatchet by my sleeping bag. Slept fully clothed. I stopped hiking into the deeper pockets of the basin. I stuck to the ridges where I had cell bars, even if it meant covering less ground. One night, I found fresh boot prints outside my shack. Just one pair. Big, deep, made after a rain. I followed them 30 feet into the brush until they vanished. Then I stopped sleeping entirely. On the morning of day 14, I found the shack's door open. I know I'd latched it. It was a two-step hook system. You don't forget to do it when you're alone in bear country. Inside, everything looked untouched, but my gear had been moved. My pack was open. My map was missing. The trap I collected earlier was gone. That was it. I called it. I packed what I could, grabbed a sat phone, and hiked to the logging road 6 miles east where the contract drop-off was scheduled for the following day. I sat on a rock from late afternoon until dark, not caring about food, just waiting for headlights. But they never came. The truck didn't show up. No signal on the phone. I slept under a tarp that night, freezing, eyes wide open, listening to the woods. At dawn, I decided to walk the full 14 miles back to the old access gate near Mineral Creek. It was my only shot. I never made it. Hashtag the man. Around mile 8, I came over a rise and saw someone standing by a tree. Just a figure. Tall, wearing brown canvas, holding something long, maybe a rifle. At first I thought rescue. Hiker, logger, anything. But he didn't move. He didn't wave. He didn't say a word. He just watched. I stepped off the trail slowly, moving wide around him, eyes locked the whole time. My heart was thudding so loud, I thought I'd throw up. I had my bear spray in one hand, my hatchet in the other. But he never moved. He just turned his head as I passed and followed me with his eyes, like he was reading something. I didn't look back again until I was a mile further. He was gone. Hashtag out. I reached the Mineral Creek gate after dark, feet bleeding through my socks. I collapsed on the gravel beside the cattle fence, curled up in my coat, and waited for dawn. A Forest Service fire crew found me the next morning. They weren't even looking for me. They were just checking fire breaks. They gave me water, called it in, and drove me to the district office in Del Norte. I filed a report, gave them GPS points, told them about the wire, the trap, the deer, the man. They said they'd look into it. I never heard back. The contract was dissolved quietly. I called Kurt 3 times. No answer. His number stopped working a week later. I went back to Durango, spent 3 days in a motel trying to sleep. Then I drove home to Idaho to stay with my brother. I'm not a ranger. Never been one. What I've done most of my adult life is go where other people don't. Off path. Way off path. Past where you can take a horse. Past where a boot leaves much of a print. Not for treasure. Not for Instagram. Not for some fantasy. I just always wanted to be in places where no one else had been for a long time. The kind of ground where even silence has weight. I started when I was 18, right after high school. Did it hard for almost 20 years until my knees and hips started giving me hell. I'm 43 now. Haven't done a deep trek in almost 5 years, and I only do light packs now, mostly weekend routes near trailheads to scratch the itch. But back then, before the body broke down, I went hard. This happened to me in 2007. I was 25, full of strength and quiet arrogance. Not cocky. I respected the land, but I'd already seen a lot. Human remains, old slab graves, hand-built rock dwellings intact enough to sleep in. I found fossils the size of hubcaps, shards of pottery laid out like someone left them for me to see. I'd walked through ghost towns that weren't on any maps, and once passed by a stone marker that was older than anything I'd seen in a museum. I'd found what looked like emerald, though it didn't belong in that region's geology. I'd found markings and carvings that screamed, "Don't touch," and I didn't. But nothing stuck with me like this one trip into what I call dead ground. I never told anyone, never wrote it down. But I'm older now. Bones hurt. I have a kid on the way. Maybe it's time someone else hears it. This part of the country has endless routes and wilderness units that blend into each other. That's part of why I loved it. You could wander 100 miles in and out of names and boundaries and never see another soul. I planned a 10-day off-grid route that summer, aimed at a remote basin south of Yellowstone. It was a region I'd been eyeing for 2 years, marked only by old mining claims from the 1920s and one abandoned ranger station. The maps were useless once I got 10 miles in. I relied on topo, instinct, and habit. When you've done this long enough, you can read the land like a living thing. The basin had no name, just a reference number from a 1941 geological survey. From what I could tell, no one had built anything substantial there. No trails, no fire lookouts, no lease, nothing. The first 3 days were typical. Early mornings, slow climbs, breaking brush. I pushed through thick timber, mostly lodgepole pine and aspen clusters. Fresh bear sign, scat still warm on a slope near spring. I carry a sidearm, but never draw it. I've had close encounters, sure, but nothing dumb. Not yet. I found what looked like an old hunting camp by day 2. Nothing crazy. Rusted tin cookware, a broken cot frame. Probably 1950s era. Left it untouched. By day 3, I was in uncut forest. Trees wider than barrels. No sign of saw or fire damage. I made camp near a creek I hadn't seen on any map. Water was so cold it numbed my teeth. This is when it shifted. Usually, even deep in the forest, you'll see remnants of people, old bullet casings, boot prints, wrapper pieces, nylon cord. Not here. It just stopped. Everything human vanished. Game trails thinned out. I had to drop to my knees to crawl through underbrush for part of that day. I've always taken that as a good sign. When it gets hard to walk, you're close to untouched ground. But it also means things hide better. At midday, I found something that made me stop cold. A ring of stones, probably 6 feet wide, pressed into a mossy clearing. Not fire blackened, just a ring. Could have been native or settler, or maybe even just a trick of nature. But here's the thing. The moss inside the ring was dead. Brown, brittle, and dry. Outside the ring, it was healthy and thick. I walked around it once, then crossed the stones. Took a mental note and moved on. Later that day, I found a rock wall. Dry laid about waist high, running maybe 20 feet before it collapsed. I've seen hundreds like it. Native boundary marker, likely, but there were carvings on the stones. Deep grooves. Not symbols I recognized, but deliberate. I didn't photograph them. I never do. Some things you're not supposed to take, even in pixels. Camped near a cliff that night. Something moved near me around 2 a.m., a heavy 4-legged pace, but it never came into my light range. I stayed still, breathed slow. It passed. Morning brought fog. Thick, wet, muffling fog. I hiked northeast into a ravine that had only one way in and out. Not a smart move, but I trusted my gut. I found bones that day. Human. It wasn't a grave. Not laid out. The remains had been scattered over time. Probably by scavengers. No skull. Just ribs, some long bones. Femur was broken lengthwise, which caught my eye. Not a clean snap. Split down the center. I've seen that in bear kills before, especially grizzlies looking for marrow. What made it strange was the gear. Tattered canvas pack, early 80s design. Frame bent and rusted. Near it, a compass cracked. Boots rotted to the sole. I checked the pockets. Nothing with a name. Not even a knife. Most folks out here carry a blade. This guy didn't. No ID. No gun. Just gone. I built a cairn over what I could find. Didn't take anything. Marked on my GPS and map. Figured out alert search and rescue or the Forest Service once I got out. But here's what haunts me. For the next 3 hours, I heard someone moving behind me. Not constant, but deliberate. 50 yards back, staying just out of sight. Twigs snapping. Brush parting. I'd stop. It would stop. Animals don't do that. I turned around once real fast and caught movement. Human height, dark shape, but it vanished. I didn't chase it. I'm not stupid. I kept going. I was close to the basin. Every part of me wanted to turn back, but I was too deep in, too far from the edge. My only option was forward. I hit the basin floor by midday. It was beautiful in that haunting, dead kind of way. No birds, no insects, just stillness. The trees thinned out into low grass and rock. I could see the old mine marked on the survey, just a dark slot in a hillside. I knew it was there, but standing in front of it was different. I didn't go in. I never go into shafts unless I have climbing gear and backup, and even then, rarely. But someone had been there. There was a boot print in the dust. Fresh. Less than 2 days old. Not mine. I looked around. No other prints. No camp. No sign of recent human activity except that one track. I backed off. I camped on a ridge above the basin. trying to stay out of the cold air pocket. Wind picked up. Around midnight, something clattered near my camp. I came out of my tent and found a wooden crate sitting near the fire ring. It hadn't been there before. Old, cracked pine slats, tied shut with rope, not nailed. No markings, no label. I didn't open it. I didn't touch it. I just stood there looking at it, breathing like I'd run 10 miles. The wind stopped. Everything stopped. I picked up my pack, left the tent, and walked until dawn. No light, no trail, just moved. I used my sat phone once I had a clear ridge and called for extraction. I told my contact I had a knee injury. I keep that story loaded in case things go sideways. Helicopter came at dusk, 2 ridges over. I never went back to get my tent or gear. I left everything. Didn't want it. Still don't. Once back in town, I filed a quiet report about the bones. Gave GPS cords. Never got a follow-up. That's how it goes sometimes. You learn not to push. Now, I've gone back to the area in maps and memory, but never in person. I'll never step foot near that basin again. Not because of anything supernatural. Not because of a monster. But because something was there, something human. Or once human. And it did not want company. I've only told this now because enough time has passed. But even now, if I dream about that crate, I wake up sweating. Because I know I was being watched for days. That the person or people who left that box knew exactly where I was. That they knew how to stay just out of sight. And that they let me leave. That's what sticks. They let me leave. Not everything wild is an animal. Some places, some things are just off. And when you find one, the best thing you can do is mark it on your own internal map as dead ground and never go back. My name's Jake Ellis. Back in the summer of '97, I was 22, broke, and restless. I've been living in Bakersfield, California, doing warehouse work that barely covered rent and beer. My friends and I, Derek, Josh, and Mikey, had this wild idea to hitch a freight train up north. None of us had done it before, but we'd heard stories from older punks who called it riding the steel. Sounded romantic and desperate, which was exactly what we were back then. We planned it out just enough to sound smart, but not enough to actually be prepared. We had some beat-up backpacks with canned beans, crusty sleeping bags, and a half-dozen cheap lighters between us. No cell phones back then, no GPS, just a couple folded maps from a gas station. We figured we'd hop a train out of Redding and head into Oregon, maybe up to Eugene or even Portland if we got lucky. The main thing was getting out of town and seeing some mountains. We caught our ride just before dusk one evening. It was a slow-moving Union Pacific train idling near a rail yard on the north side of town. The 4 of us climbed into an open boxcar with rusty metal walls and graffiti-scarred corners. It smelled like old grease and mildew. The floor was littered with plastic wrappers, cigarette butts, and broken glass. But it was our free ride north, and we were ecstatic. The train jerked into motion about an hour later. We spent the night drinking warm beer Derek had hidden in his pack and talking about stupid shit like what we'd do when we got to Portland. The clack of the steel wheels became a kind of lullaby. We laughed ourselves to sleep wrapped in jackets and sleeping bags. The night air growing colder as we climbed higher into the hills. By the second day, we were deep into the Klamath Mountains. Forested ridges stretched in every direction. No towns, no roads, just endless green and the occasional flash of a deer or hawk in the distance. The air was crisp, getting colder by the hour. The boxcar was an icebox, especially when the train picked up speed in open areas. We knew the train was heading into Oregon. Snow started appearing on the ground somewhere past Wairika. Not much at first, but enough to remind us that summer was gone at this elevation. The sun was already low on the horizon when we started climbing the higher parts of the Siskiyou Pass. That's what happened. It was Josh who saw it first. He was standing at the open side door of the boxcar, smoking the last of a hand-rolled cigarette, his boots crunching against the cold steel floor. The rest of us were huddled in our sleeping bags on the far end, talking about whether we'd have to bail before Portland or not. Josh turned around, his face pale and wide-eyed. I didn't hear him say anything. He just pointed. I got up and walked over, and that's when I saw it too. There was a figure, no more than 200 feet up the slope from the tracks, coming down the snowy mountain fast. Too fast. At first I thought it was a bear, the way it crashed through the brush and snow, but then it stood up tall. A man. Big. Shirtless. Pale as bone. Hairy chest covered in dirt. His feet were bare. I saw that clearly. No socks, no boots. Just raw, pale feet slamming down into the snow as he ran straight for the moving train. He was wearing a pair of camo pants, way too tight, like they were meant for someone half his size. His beard was thick and wild, streaked with filth, and his arms looked like thick ropes of muscle. And he was smiling. A wide, cracked grin. Not playful, not warm, just teeth. Yellow, busted teeth that didn't fit in his mouth. We all watched him for a second in disbelief. Then he launched himself into the boxcar. The man landed hard, knees slamming into the metal floor. He didn't stumble. He just got up like nothing hurt and walked to the far end of the boxcar. He sat down against the corner wall and stared at us, still smiling. No one said a word. We didn't move. We didn't even breathe. Just stare back at him. He didn't speak. Not once. He just sat there, that same grin never leaving his face. His skin was covered in tiny scars. Old cuts. Burns. There were bruises on his knuckles like he'd been punching trees. His ribs showed through his chest, but he looked strong. Stronger than any of us. That was the longest night of my life. We didn't know what to do. We couldn't jump off. Not in that cold. Not in the dark. Not in the middle of the mountains with snow covering everything. And we sure as hell weren't going to sleep easy with him there. So we took turns. One of us always awake. Always watching. He never moved. Just sat there with his knees up, arms wrapped around his legs, head slightly tilted like a curious dog. That same creepy grin. I tried to convince myself he was just another traveler, maybe mentally ill, maybe high on something, maybe harmless. But something about him made my skin crawl. The way he never blinked. The way he didn't shiver despite the cold. The way he'd move just a little when you weren't watching, shifting closer inch by inch. Mikey swore he saw him stand up at one point during his watch, stretch his arms out, and then crouch down again, watching him in the dark. The worst part was the silence. The train's metal clatter echoed through the mountains, but inside that boxcar, all we could hear was our own shallow breathing and the occasional cough from the man. Then, sometime around dawn, Derek shook me awake. He's gone. We all scrambled up. The boxcar was empty on his side. Nothing but some melted snow where he'd sat. No blood, no pack, no trash. Just gone. We never heard him leave. Never felt the train slow. It hadn't stopped. Hadn't even slowed down, far as we could tell. We were somewhere deep in the Willamette Forest by then, coming down from the mountains. Still freezing cold. Still in the middle of nowhere. Josh ran to the open side door and looked out. No sign of him. Just trees. Miles and miles of pine and fir. Morning light cutting long shadows over the snow. We never saw him again. We made it to Eugene that afternoon and hopped off as soon as the train slowed enough. Didn't even wait for a good spot. Just hit the gravel and ran into town. We stayed in a shelter that night. Ate spaghetti with some older hobos who didn't ask questions. I didn't talk about it for a long time. None of US did. Years later, I looked up stories about missing hikers, feral people, escaped convicts. You hear things. Rumors. Some folks claim there are men who live deep in those forests, off the grid. Not mountain men like in the old books. I mean people who went out there and never came back. People who snapped, got lost, gave up on the world, and something broke inside them. Sometimes I think that's what we saw. Other times I wonder where those pants came from. They were military camo. Probably surplus. But they were too clean, too new-looking compared to the rest of him. Too small, like he found them recently. Like maybe he didn't live out there his whole life. Maybe he wasn't always wild. Maybe he used to be someone. Maybe he still is. That's the part that sticks with me. Not the grin. Not the silence. Not even the bare feet in the snow. It's the pants. It's the question. Who did they belong to before him? We never got an answer. But I'll never ride a freight train again. And I never go near those mountains alone. Not anymore. I was never supposed to be a ranger. Honestly, I'm still not one. But 2 summers ago, I was working as a seasonal conservation assistant for the Provincial Park Service in a remote area of Vancouver Island. My name's Jake, mid-20s, grew up in Vancouver proper, city kid through and through. I barely knew the wilderness before this job. The closest I'd been to real, thick forest was weekend camping trips with my parents as a kid. Now, here I was living at the edge of Carmanah-Walbrand Provincial Park, a massive swath of rainforest with huge, old-growth trees, rugged trails, and almost no visitors. That's summer. The rain had been lighter than usual. The streams were low, the air warmer, and there was an eerie quiet to the forest that I wasn't used to. My job was mostly trail maintenance, checking signs, clearing fallen branches, but I had days off where I'd explore on my own. One weekend, I decided to do a hike deeper than usual. The park was stunning, towering firs, moss thick enough to walk on, and the kind of silence that feels alive. I left early in the morning with a small pack, water, some granola bars, a map I barely knew how to read, and my phone with spotty reception. The first few hours were amazing. The trail wound along a low river valley, sunlight breaking through the thick canopy. Then, as I climbed a ridge and came to a small plateau, something shifted. It wasn't a sound exactly. It was a feeling of prickling at the back of my neck. My gut tightened like a warning bell. The birds stopped singing. The air grew still. I'm not a superstitious guy, but I've learned to trust my instincts in the woods. If something feels off, it usually is. So I turned back. Head down, I made my way back to the trailhead and then to my car, heart racing. The city part of me wanted to laugh it off, but the forest part, new and raw, was telling me something. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying it in my head. You're a wimp, I told myself. You need to push past it. Next morning, I was back at it. Packed heavier this time, extra food, a flashlight, more water. No one knew I was going out. I wanted to prove to myself I could go further, make it to the summit of Mount McDonald, a place only a few people ever bothered with because of how remote and rugged it was. I started early again, taking a different route to avoid the spot where I'd felt uneasy the day before. The forest felt normal, humid, alive, full of distant bird calls. The river was almost dry, so I found a way to walk along the exposed bed. I was enjoying the quiet, the solitude. No map, no real plan, just walking where my feet took me. Eventually, I reached the mouth of a glacial river that fed into the valley. The water was icy and fast, too dangerous to cross. I had to find another way, so I veered off trail, deeper into the thick trees, looking for a crossing upstream. About 20 minutes in, something caught my eye. The forest floor was covered in this thick, low-lying fog, hovering just a foot off the ground. It looked almost magical, like a mist from a dream, dense and white. The kind of thing I'd expect in a swamp or early morning, but it was mid-afternoon and the air was still. I reached down and pushed my hand through the fog. It swirled around my fingers, cool and smooth. I wasn't scared yet, just curious. Then I noticed the fog wasn't natural mist. It was smoke, but it had no smell. No smell at all, which was the weirdest part. Smoke always has a smell. This didn't. I looked closer and saw the source. It was coming from an old metal pipe sticking out of the ground, almost hidden beneath a thick tangle of moss and logs. The logs were huge, massive, heavy timber arranged perfectly perpendicular, like the floor of a cabin. I realized I was standing on a roof of something underground. A hidden shelter or a bunker. How the hell had I never seen it before? I called out quietly, "Hello." No answer, just the soft hiss of the smoke, the quiet forest. I listened closely and heard faint noises underfoot. Movement? It was impossible to tell. A cold sweat ran down my back. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding. Then, suddenly, every rational thought shut off. I turned and ran. I didn't stop. I ran as fast as I could, dodging branches, skidding down slopes, the forest blurring around me. When I got back to my truck, I was shaking, breathless, covered in dirt and sweat. I tried to start the engine, but it wouldn't turn over. The battery was dead, or was something disconnected. I had no phone signal. Panic rising, I thought about what could have happened if I was stuck there all night. After what felt like forever, my friends showed up. I called them on a signal patch from a ridge I climbed to. They helped me fix the battery connection. It was loose, probably from the rough road. They smoked some weed to calm me down while we sat by the lake nearby. The fear slowly ebbed away, replaced by relief. The following weeks, I went back with binoculars to watch the river area. I saw no movement, no signs of anyone. Then, after heavy rains, a body was found tangled near the dam downstream. A homeless man who had been living rough in the woods. His death was ruled accidental drowning, but something about it fell off. Later that summer, I took some friends back to the spot. The logs on the shelter had been moved. Now there was just a small pit, no signs of recent use or campfires. Whoever had been there was gone. That experience changed me. I learned never to go into the woods alone, to always tell someone where I'm going. And if I ever see strange fog on the forest floor again, I won't touch it. No matter how much I want to prove myself, nature still holds secrets you don't want to mess with. That summer, I faced that quiet, watching fear in the wild, and I'm lucky it didn't answer back. I used to own this beat-up metal detector, one of those old Radio Shack models I bought off a neighbor for $20. It was a piece of junk, the kind that chirped for no reason or stayed silent even when I waved it over an old penny. But I was never in it for the treasure. I just liked the excuse to get outside, poke around a bit, and maybe find something interesting. It was the summer of 2009, and I was living in a small town called Ashburn, up in northern Pennsylvania, just south of the New York border. I was 32, working nights as a warehouse supervisor, and during the day, I had too much time and too little money. Metal detecting gave me something to do. One weekend, I decided to knock on a few doors in the countryside to ask if I could detect on private land. A lot of farmers in that area have old fields or properties that haven't been touched in decades. I figured maybe I'd find an old horseshoe, a spoon, or if I was lucky, an old coin. That's how I ended up at the Kerrigan place. It was about 7 miles outside town, way off the highway. The road turned to gravel, and the gravel turned to dirt before I even saw the house. The driveway was long and curved through a line of trees, and the house itself was old. White paint peeling off the siding, a rusted-out pickup in a yard, and what looked like an old dog kennel collapsed by the barn. The place looked like it hadn't seen a contractor or a coat of paint in 20 years. When I pulled up, the guy was already outside. Tall, wiry, and maybe in his 60s. He wore old work jeans and a flannel even though it was warm. His boots looked like they were older than me. He watched me pull in without moving, just stood with his hands in his pockets like he was sizing me up. I stepped out of the car and explained what I was doing, metal detecting, just for fun, no trouble. I even offered to split anything valuable I might find, though I doubted I'd find much of anything. He didn't say yes or no for a long time. He just squinted at me, then looked over his shoulder toward the back of the property. Then he turned back and said, "Just don't go past the bend in the field, down by the trees." I asked why, and he didn't answer. Just said again, "You stay on the slope, not in the bottom." I should have taken that for what it was, a warning, but I was curious. People always say weird things about their land. Sometimes it's superstition, sometimes it's pride. I figured I'd stick to the field, maybe dip down a little just to look around. The back of his land sloped down gradually into a flatter area. The grass was thicker down there, more wild. I could see a tree line maybe a quarter mile out, and past that was a river. You couldn't see the water from up where I stood, but you could hear it faintly, just a low, constant murmur. I spent the first hour scanning the higher slope. The detector chirped a few times, but it was false. I found an old pop tab, some rusted nails, a broken horseshoe. Stuff you'd expect. The dirt was dry, the sun hot, and I started sweating through my shirt. I decided to take a break, so I walked down toward the tree line for some shade. The closer I got to the trees, the more I noticed the change in the ground. It was damper, softer, even though it hadn't rained in days. The grass down, there wasn't like the stuff on the slope. It was tangled and high, like it hadn't been cut in years. The trees themselves weren't dense, just a small copse, maybe 50 yards across. I could see through them to the river, which ran slow and brown. And that's when I saw the first skull. It was small, maybe the size of a cat's, half buried in the mossy ground between two tree roots. I knelt down to look at it and saw it was clean, no fur, no rot. Just bone, a little green with algae or moss, but otherwise untouched. I assumed it was some wild animal, maybe a raccoon. But I'd seen enough skulls before. This one didn't look right. I stood up and scanned the area. There was another one 10 feet away. Bigger. Probably a deer. And then another. And another. They were spaced out in a way that didn't seem natural. Some were half buried. Some clean on the surface. Some big, like cattle or maybe a moose. And some tiny, no bigger than rats. It was like walking through a scattered museum exhibit, except there were no signs, no order, just skulls. I kept walking. Every few steps, another skull. It got to the point where I wasn't even surprised. It was like they'd been there forever. I didn't feel scared, just off balance, like I was seeing something I shouldn't. I eventually made it out of the trees and back into the edge of the plowed field beside them. That's where I found the jar. It wasn't buried. It was just sitting there, half covered in old leaves and brush. An old mason jar, the glass cloudy, filled with dimes. Not just any dimes. Mercury dimes. I knew what they were because my grandfather used to collect them. Silver, mostly pre-1945. They weren't worth much individually, but a whole jar could be worth something. There had to be over 100 of them in there. I picked it up and turned it over in my hands. The lid was rusty, but still sealed. I debated keeping it. Part of me really wanted to, but I figured I should bring it back up to the house. It felt wrong just taking it. When I got back, I handed the jar to the farmer. His face changed. Not surprised, not angry. Just tired, like he'd seen it before. He looked at it for a long time, then said, "That was my father's." He said it quietly, like he was trying to convince himself. "I got one just like it. Keep it in my coat." I nodded. He didn't offer me anything in return, and I didn't ask. I told him about the skulls. All of them. How they were scattered in the trees, from the edge to the river. He didn't seem surprised at all. He just said, "Yeah. Seen them, did ya?" Then he went quiet for a while, then finally added, "They've been there since my grandfather's time. Can't plant there. Floods every spring. Too wet. Always was." He didn't look at me when he spoke. His eyes were on the jar, still in his hands. I had dreams about that place since I was a kid. When my dad died, my mom told me something happened down there. My dad never went in the trees. Refused. She wouldn't tell me why, but she said to stay out. Said there's nothing in there for anybody. He stopped talking after that. I stood there for a bit, then said, mostly to fill the silence, maybe animals just die down there. Maybe it's quiet and they feel safe. His head snapped up. His eyes were sharp. No animals live down there, he said flat. No squirrels. No deer. No birds. What do you think happens? Animals walk in there, their heads fall off, and the bodies keep moving. Then he did something strange. He opened his own jar of dimes, the one from his coat. He pulled one out and handed it to me. They're silver. Keep bad things away, some say. I don't believe it, but I keep them anyway. That one you found, my dad always carried it. You didn't find it by accident. I left not long after that. I kept the dime he gave me. Still have it, in a drawer at home. I went back once. Not to detect, not to dig, just to see it again. A few weeks later, I parked down the road and walked in from the edge of the property where the trees started. I didn't go all the way in. I just stood at the edge, listening. He was right. No birds, no wind, just the quiet rush of the river far off. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes and I started to feel something in my chest. Not fear, not exactly. More like pressure, like something was waiting and I wasn't supposed to be there. I turned around and walked back to my car. Never went back after that. I still metal detect sometimes. Mostly parks and old lots now. I never found anything like that jar again. Sometimes when the machine chirps and I dig down, I wonder if I'd still be digging if I hadn't found that dime. If maybe I'd gone deeper into those trees. But I didn't, and I never will. My name's Ben Carter. I'm 24 from Syracuse, and I've been working in the woods since I was a teenager. Trail crews, stewardship volunteer gigs, summers as a wilderness ranger intern. I grew up hiking in the Tug Hill Plateau and exploring the western edge of the Adirondacks. When I wasn't in school for environmental science, I was sleeping in lean-tos or clearing trail blowdowns. I never minded hard work. Hell, I liked being exhausted, sweaty, and sore. Felt honest. Felt like I was building something. But there's a night from the fall of 2022 that I still don't talk about much. I've only told one DEC guy, and that was over a fire after a few beers. That story didn't end with a laugh. In 2022, I was stationed out of Stillwater Reservoir, which feeds into a huge swath of wild backcountry, tons of land in the Independence River Wild Forest. Not many people go deep there unless they're hunters or serious bushwhackers. The terrain is tough, muddy, and unforgiving. But I like that. Most days I worked alone. My job wasn't glamorous. Inspect campsites, dismantle illegal fire rings, clean up trash, dig new privies if needed, and just be eyes and ears out there. Some days I'd hike 15 miles with 45 pounds on my back. I felt invisible out there, but in the good way. The day it happened, I was 4 weeks into a 6-week backcountry rotation. I've been assigned to check the lean-tos around Crooked Lake, which meant a loop past Eagle Ridge and back along the High Meadow Trail. I packed out for 3 days. Weather was turning, late October, highs in the 40s, lows dipping into the 20s at night. Cold rain had blown through the night before, and everything was soaked. You don't know bone-deep wet until you've spent a night in 30-degree drizzle with no fire and your boots freeze stiff before sunrise. That morning started like any other. I filtered water from the creek near my bivvy spot and headed up the old logging road toward Eagle Ridge. I had my GPS, paper maps, and a radio that barely worked past 5 miles. Cell service didn't exist where I was. No worries. I'd done this route 5 times already. The trail wasn't maintained past the old dam crossing, so I had to do some bushwhacking. Lots of spruce blowdowns, slick rocks. Easy to roll an ankle if you're not paying attention. By noon, I was halfway up the ridge, breaking trail through patches of early snow. That's when I saw the deer. It was lying half on the trail, not freshly killed. The eyes were gone, and the body was half eaten, but not by coyotes. No torn limbs, no scattered fur like you'd usually see. Just clean missing strips, like it had been carved. That's not the creepy part, though. There were no tracks, no predator marks, no drag trail. The snow around it was untouched except for my own. I crouched next to it, confused, even poked at the exposed ribs with my walking stick. Meat was stiff, not fresh, but not fully frozen either. Probably died within a day or two. I took a couple photos for the report and flagged the area with orange tape. I didn't like it. Something felt off, like I was being watched. But paranoia is part of the job in the bush. You learn to tune it out. I kept moving up the ridge. By 3 p.m., I hit the lean-to near the summit, checked it over. Some old firewood stacked neatly, but otherwise clean. No recent sign of use. I signed a logbook, left my initials and the date. Standard stuff. Sun was low by then. Early sunset in late October, shadows long and blue. I decided to press another mile or so down the far side of the ridge and make camp closer to the creek for water access. That was a mistake. I made it halfway down before realizing I was losing daylight too fast. My headlamp was weak, batteries had gotten damp, and the spares in my kit were corroded. That's on me. I should have double-checked them before heading out. I pushed on, stupidly, thinking I could reach the bottom before full dark. Wrong. The trail vanished. Just gone. I knew it hadn't been maintained in over a decade, but this was different. Even old paths leave a scar in the woods. A depression, a line of different moss, something, but it was like the forest had swallowed it. Trees too close together, terrain too uneven. Nothing matched my map. I backtracked, circled around, tried my GPS again. Blank screen. Battery drained. I was maybe 300 feet below the ridge and utterly disoriented. That's when I noticed the silence. No wind, no birds, no tree creaks, just dead silence. The kind of quiet you only hear in deep caves or winter whiteouts. It was like sound had been vacuumed out of the woods. I couldn't even hear my own breathing clearly, like something was muffling it. My ears felt like they were underwater. That's when I made camp. I found a slight clearing under some balsams, rolled out my pad, and boiled water for dinner. I chewed in silence, barely tasting it. Something was still bothering me. That silence. That missing trail. That deer. My usual calm was gone. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept waking up thinking I heard something. A branch cracking. Footsteps. I'd unzip the tent, flash my light. Nothing. No animals, no wind, nothing moving. The The woods were locked in place like a photo. At around 4 a.m., I finally drifted off. When I woke up at 7 o'clock, the first thing I saw was a twig structure just 5 feet from my tent. 3 sticks leaned into a triangle, bound with a piece of paracord, my paracord. Same green and black type I used to hang food bags. I checked my kit. One length was missing. It had been cut clean, not torn. The ends were trimmed like with a knife. I didn't wait around. I packed in 10 minutes and started bushwhacking straight back uphill to the lean-to. I didn't care about finishing the loop. I just wanted to get above the ridge and radio out. Climbing was brutal. Half-frozen mud and slick rock made it slow. I slipped 3 times. Cut my palm bad on some shale. By the time I reached the lean-to, my nerves were frayed. I tried the radio again. Static. I climbed 10 feet onto a nearby ledge, finally caught a bar. I called in a vague check-in, said I was heading back early due to weather concerns. I didn't mention anything else. The hike back was tense. Every squirrel scurry felt like something bigger. Every breeze in the trees felt directed. I wasn't just scared. I was unsettled in a way I didn't understand. The woods weren't right. I kept thinking of that silence, that structure. Someone had to be out there. Back at base, I filed my report like always. Didn't mention the paracord or the deer. Just animal remains and trail hard to follow. I knew no one would go check anyway. That zone hadn't seen a ranger in years. I left out the fact that I hadn't slept since. That every time I closed my eyes, I saw that triangle. That winter, I applied to be a seasonal forest ranger with the DEC. When I got the interview, I almost turned it down. But I didn't, because deep down, I knew whatever happened out there wasn't supernatural. It wasn't a ghost or monster. It was something real, a person. And if someone's out there living like that, building twig warnings and butchering deer without tracks, I want to be on the side of the people who can do something about it. I got the job. I start my first season this summer. Wildland firefighting, SAR law enforcement. It's all on the table. Am I nervous? Sure, but I know this work matters. And I'll be out there again, probably in the same district. And next time I hike past Eagle Ridge, I'm bringing a fresh set of batteries, an extra knife, and maybe, just maybe, I'll leave a twig triangle of my own to let them know I remember. I started as a park ranger back in 2005 in the remote high desert of central Nevada, a place most people fly over and never think twice about. My name's Mark Dobson. I was 24 when I got my first seasonal position, fresh out of natural resources program, full of optimism and energy. Now I'm 39, and I've finally left the job for good. Over the past 15 years, I worked all over the western U.S., from the volcanic plateaus of eastern Oregon to the dense pine forests of northern Arizona. If there was a dusty, middle-of-nowhere park needing someone to fix broken toilets, wrangle drunk campers, or hike into the backcountry to help an injured hunter, I was usually the guy sent in. I wore every hat there was: maintenance, interpretation, law enforcement, fire, EMS. I patched trails, cleaned up after bears tore through dumpsters, gave wildlife talks to 4th graders, and made DUI arrests in the middle of nowhere. The reality of being a ranger was a far cry from what the glossy brochures or National Geographic specials would have you believe. When I first started, the housing I was assigned to was a rat-infested mobile home parked beside the visitor center in a windswept canyon that looked straight out of a post-apocalyptic movie. There was no insulation, so in the winter, I slept in my uniform and used a sleeping bag rated for 20 below. Summers hit 110 degrees, and my swamp cooler only worked if the wind wasn't blowing, which it always was. Most of us had to pay out of pocket for everything. I paid for my EMT license, my Wildland Firefighter Type 2 training, the Law Enforcement Academy, and even my Swift Water Rescue certification. The agency always said there'd be reimbursements, but those promises dried up fast. Each certification cost me thousands, and the kicker? Most of the time, I was seasonal and didn't even get health insurance. Then there was the isolation. They'd send me to places like Antelope Flat or Fossil Ridge, parks so remote they didn't show up on GPS until 2012. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, And the only human interaction I got was either coworkers or the occasional guest who didn't realize the park didn't have a lake like the brochure said. Grocery stores were 60 miles away, one way, and I learned early on to stock up on canned food and frozen meat every time I made the trip into town. The job wasn't all bad. There were moments I'll never forget. Watching a meteor shower from the top of Thunder Basin with not a single light in sight. The wind brushing through the sagebrush. Helping rescue a family from a flash flood after their SUV got washed down a dry creek bed that wasn't dry for long. Or calming a lost kid who wandered too far off the trail while their frantic parents looked on. There was a kind of pride in it. I was useful. I was necessary. But those moments never paid the bills. My paychecks were inconsistent, especially in the off-season. Some years I pulled in less than $18,000, even with overtime and night shifts. They told us if we stuck around, there'd be full-time openings. Maybe after 5 or 10 seasons, we'd land one. The reality? Full-time jobs were snatched up instantly. And if you weren't a veteran, your application went to the bottom of the pile. I had years of experience, dozens of commendations, but I got passed over time and time again. One summer, I was stationed at Carson Hollow State Park in southern Utah. It was remote, about 90 miles from the nearest town with a grocery store. They put me in a one-bedroom apartment built in the 70s, with moldy carpets, cracked walls, and a broken heater. Rent was $1, $3.50 a month, based on local median income. A joke because there weren't even jobs out there besides the park and a small gas station. I remember that season because it was the one that almost broke me. July temperatures soared past 115. We had several heat stroke incidents, and I spent most of my days either helping dehydrated hikers or trying to repair broken trail signs that melted in the sun. Nights weren't much better. One night, a group of teenagers thought it'd be fun to light fireworks near the campsite. I had to hike out at midnight and break it up. One kid had a knife. I reported it, but nothing came of it. Then there were the fires. I got called to 2 wildfires that year. One of them, the Saddleback Fire, burned over 40,000 acres. I spent 4 straight days on the line with no sleep, eating stale protein bars and drinking warm electrolyte mix. We didn't even have proper PPE, just reused gear from the previous fire season. When I asked about replacement gear, they told me to file a request. I did. Never heard back. The turning point came during the winter of 2018. I was at Dry Creek Preserve, a rarely visited park in Central California. Budget cuts meant we had a skeleton crew, just me and a seasonal maintenance worker. In early January, a storm rolled in. We got over 18 inches of rain in 24 hours. The creeks overflowed, the access roads washed out, and we lost power for 4 days. With the phones down and no internet, I was completely cut off. On the 3rd day, a camper tried to leave in their SUV and ended up stranded when a landslide blocked the exit road. I had to hike out 5 miles through mud and debris to get to them. When I finally got back, drenched and exhausted, I realized no one even knew what I was doing. No one at headquarters had checked in, and when I finally made radio contact, their response was, "Do the best you can. We're short-staffed." That was the moment I started planning my exit. I realized I was risking my life out in the middle of nowhere for an agency that wouldn't even notice if I didn't come back. I had $$22,000 in credit card debt, an old truck with 180,000 miles on it, and no real shot at going full-time. I'd given 13 years of my life to this job, and had taken everything but my soul. Over the next year, I worked to get out. I took a job in logistics with a private company in Colorado. It paid better than any ranger job I'd ever had. Benefits, bonuses, and I got weekends off for the first time in my adult life. Within 2 years, I'd paid off all my debt, bought a new truck outright, and started the process of buying a house just outside Durango. Do I miss the parks? Sometimes. I miss the quiet mornings before sunrise, the smell of pine and dust, the way the stars looked in the desert sky. But I don't miss the loneliness. I don't miss the broken promises, the financial stress, or the sense that I was disposable. To anyone thinking of becoming a park ranger, here's what I'll say. It's a calling, not a career. If you want to do it because you love the outdoors and because you want to serve. But don't expect to be taken care of. Don't expect a pension or stability or even a thank you. This job will take more than it gives. And when you finally had enough, don't feel guilty about leaving. I don't. I hung up the ranger hat, and I don't regret it. Not one bit. I was 32 years old the summer I was assigned to Wolfjaw District, a vast and remote part of the central Bitterroot Mountains, where Montana's wilderness turns steep and unforgiving. I'd already worked for the Forest Service for nearly a decade by then, Idaho, Wyoming, Nevada, and I thought I'd seen it all. Drownings, avalanches, illegal marijuana grows, even a plane wreck once. But nothing ever really got under my skin the way this did. The Wolfjaw District stretched about 1.3 million acres, with few real trails and only 2 roads that sliced into it from opposite ends. The rest was just timber, granite, and isolation. They flew us in by chopper at the start of the season, left us with a radio, a map, and a resupply schedule, and that was it. I loved it. No people, no politics, just me and the land. That summer, I was based out of an old fire lookout called Copper Bend. The thing had been built in the 40s and hadn't been used for its original purpose in a long time. But it had a roof, water barrels, and a cot, so it worked. My job was mostly trail assessment, backcountry patrol, and keeping an eye out for illegal fires or camps. People weren't supposed to be out that deep, but now and then someone with more ambition than brains tried to find themselves in the woods and needed bailing out. It was late July when things got strange. I remember the day exactly because I just gotten back from a 5-day patrol loop that had me bushwhacking through about 40 miles of rough country. I'd seen a grizzly sign near Slate Gulch, documented a few wind-blown trees, and was looking forward to a day of rest. That morning, just before sunrise, I woke up to the sound of static on my radio. Nothing new. Interference happened all the time out there. But this time there was a faint voice behind the static, repeating the same thing every 20 seconds or so. I sat up on the cot, brushed the sleep from my eyes, and leaned in. The words were clipped, distorted by static, but I could make them out. "Come in, this is Ranger Linwood. Copy lost line." The voice faded in and out, but it was there. I recognized the name. Kevin Linwood had been a seasonal the year before, same district. We'd never worked together directly, but I remembered hearing something about him not returning after a short contract. Rumor was he couldn't handle the solitude. He'd left halfway through the season. That's what I'd been told, anyway. But now here I was, a year later, hearing his name come through my radio like he was trying to reach someone. I keyed my mic and answered. "This is Copper Bend, Ranger Thomas, receiving." "Say again, Linwood." "Static." Nothing came back. I waited 10 minutes and tried again. Still nothing. Now, I know radios do strange things. Signal can bounce off canyons and clouds, skip through the atmosphere in ways that don't make sense. But this wasn't a signal skip from a nearby ranger. I knew where everyone else was, either back in the valley or stationed on the far side of the range, miles from me. And besides, Linwood shouldn't have been anywhere. Still, I wasn't ready to assume anything crazy. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone else keyed their mic and accidentally triggered an old recording. I wrote it down on my log and went about my day, though the hair on my neck stayed up most of it. The next evening, it happened again. Just after sunset, I was eating cold beans out of a tin and writing in my notebook when the radio came alive. "Come in. Ranger Linwood, lost line, no food." The last 2 words hit me hard. No food. This didn't feel like a prank anymore. I tried to triangulate the signal strength. The old VHF radios could give you some idea based on the squelch quality and the signal bars, but it was rough science at best. Still, the voice was faint, and I guess it was coming from the northwest, somewhere past No Name Ridge, beyond where most people ever went. I thought about it all night. My orders were to report and wait, but I didn't like sitting on my hands if someone was out there. So at first light the next day, I packed light, just 2 days of food, my GPS, the map, radio, and sidearm, and set out northwest. I marked the voice location on the map as best I could and headed out. By noon, I was already into rough terrain. No trail, just scree and brush. My legs bled from the thorns, and the sun was brutal. Around 4 p.m., I reached the top of a ridge and paused to get a bearing. I turned on the radio and waited. Nothing. Just wind. I kept going another 3 hours before I made camp. I didn't light a fire. Just ate jerky, drank warm water, and laid under the stars thinking about Linwood. If this was real, if somehow he'd gotten lost and survived a year out here, it would have been a miracle. But it didn't add up. There were no caches out here. No cabins. No real cover through the winter. The next day, the landscape changed. The trees thinned out, replaced by wind-carved stone and gullies. A spotted old scat. Maybe cougar or wolf, but no fresh sign. Just after midday, I stumbled across something that stopped me cold. A strip of orange flagging tape tied to a low branch. Faded, weather-beaten, but it was there. I climbed down into the ravine, followed a line of rock outcrops, and found more tape. A trail, barely visible. Someone had been here before, and not recently. Then I found a tent, or what was left of it. It was collapsed, moldy, half covered in dirt and pine needles. A few broken poles stuck out, and near the flap, I saw a boot, still upright. Inside the boot was a human foot, and the rest of the body was in the tent. I stood there for a while, just breathing. The remains were mostly skeletal, picked clean by animals, but the uniform shirt was still intact. Faded patch on the sleeve read USFS, and stitched into the breast pocket, Linwood. I radioed it in immediately, gave my coordinates, and was told to stay put. A chopper would come the next day, so I set up camp near the site, documented everything with photos, notes, and GPS points. I didn't sleep much that night. Every crack of branches, every howl of wind, felt like something creeping up on me. In the morning, just before dawn, the radio hissed again. Ranger Linwood, no food, no way out. I'm sorry. It was the same voice. The same exact words. I looked at the dead body, 50 feet away. He was long gone. That's when it hit me. The radio wasn't receiving him. It was playing a loop. Somehow, his radio had been stuck on transmit mode, probably triggered when he was still alive, and had repeated the same message until the batteries died. But signal can do strange things, bouncing off the ionosphere, getting caught in weird atmospheric pockets. Maybe it had just taken this long to reach my receiver. Maybe the right mix of pressure, clouds, and altitude had opened the door for it to come through one last time. That was the only explanation I could live with. The helicopter came, and we airlifted Linwood's remains out. The forensic report said he died from exposure and dehydration. He'd gotten lost, tried to hike out, set up a desperate camp, and waited. Probably for days. He had food wrappers in his tent, but they were all empty. His notebook, found nearby, had been destroyed by rain and mold, mostly unreadable. Back at base, there were questions. Why hadn't anyone gone looking when he didn't check in? The official story had been that he quit and hiked out early, but no one ever saw him leave. No one checked. Someone just assumed he'd walked out and didn't come back. It was a systems failure, plain and simple. His family was notified. I sent them the GPS logs, what photos I could. Not the ones of the body, just the markers, the terrain. The final page of my report said, believed to have died July 23rd, 2023. Recovered July 28th, 2024. Time between presumed death and signal receipt / 12 months. I left the Forest Service that fall. Took a job closer to town, working for search and rescue coordination. I still hike, still camp, but I don't go solo anymore. And I don't ignore weird radio signals. There was no ghost, no monster, just a man lost in the woods, calling for help that never came, and a system that forgot about him until it was too late. That's the part that sticks with me the most. The silence afterward. The stillness of that ridge where he lay, not for days or weeks, but a whole year, waiting for someone to come. I found him, but not in time. My name is Alan Reyes. I was 36 when this happened. I've been working as a backcountry ranger in the Colorado San Juan Mountains for about 8 years at the time. This was back in the fall of 2016. I was stationed out of a small ranger cabin just outside Silverton, tucked in a lesser-used section of the National Forest where the peaks are jagged and unforgiving. It's one of those places that looks beautiful in pictures, but when you're on foot with a week's worth of supplies, soaked from sleet, trying to find your bearings in a blind drainage. It loses its charm fast. That week had started like most others. The weather was turning. Leaves were golden, mornings crisp, and we'd had our first dusting of snow above 11,000 feet. The crowds thinned out after Labor Day, and I liked it better that way. Less trash to pick up, less trouble to deal with. Mostly just me, the mountains, and the few elk hunters who came through with tags. My plan was to head up into a lesser-used section of the forest near a drainage we called Clear Fork, though the maps still listed it as Dead Horse Gulch. Most visitors never went near it. No trails led in that direction anymore, not since the old mining roads washed out decades ago. I had gotten a radio report about an abandoned campfire near the gulch a few days before, some smoke seen from plane, and figured it was worth checking out. I didn't expect to find much, maybe just some old fire ring left behind by a poacher or scrapper. But protocol was protocol. I packed for 5 days. Standard backcountry gear, food, stove, bivvy, GPS, extra radio batteries, first aid kit. I took the .45 I usually kept in camp too. I don't like carrying, but that area was deep line territory, and earlier that month, one had followed a hunter down a game trail for almost a mile before peeling off. It's rare, but it sticks in your head. I hiked in from the west side. Took me most of the first day just to get past the washouts and blowdowns. It was slow going. The last few miles had no trail at all, just talus slopes and alder-choked ravines. But I've been out here before at least twice in years past and remembered enough of the terrain to avoid the worst of it. By late afternoon, I'd reached the upper basin of the drainage. I didn't see any smoke, but I did find what looked like an old campsite near a dry creek bed, some scattered cans, a rusted mess kit, and a black ring of a fire long cold. Looked old, weathered, nothing fresh. Still, I marked the location, took some notes, and set up camp on a flat spot maybe 50 yards uphill. That night, a storm rolled in fast. I'd seen it coming, but it moved quicker than expected. Wind howled down the gulch, shaking the stunted pines. Sleet pelted the bivvy all night, and I barely slept. When I woke, there was a thin crust of ice over everything. My boots were stiff, and my fingers numbed within minutes of packing up. I pushed deeper into the gulch, figuring I'd check the upper forks before circling back out a different route. That's when things started to go wrong. About a mile up, the GPS started acting strange. It would lose signal, then give odd readings, placing me half a mile east of where I knew I was. At first, I assumed it was the weather or the terrain. Narrow valleys like that can mess with satellites. But even when I got to an open shelf with clear sky, the readings stayed wrong. I pulled out the topo and compass, reoriented myself manually. I was right where I thought I was. GPS was wrong. Annoying, but manageable. Later that morning, I found tracks. They were human. Boots. One set. Looked fairly recent. Maybe a day or two old. Not wide like a logger's or deep like a hunter's. More like hiking boots. No dog tracks. No mule prints. No snowshoes. Just one person walking in and not coming back out. That bothered me. I followed them uphill. They stayed close to the creek bed, winding through scrub and rock, before disappearing in a section of talus. I lost the trail for a while, searching around the rocks, when I came across something else. An old green tarp half buried under a rock shelf. It was frayed and crusted with frost, but it looked like it had been used recently. Beneath it, I found an empty water bottle, a broken jet oil, and a shredded sleeping bag, the kind backpackers use in warm weather. Totally inadequate for that time of year. And here's the thing that really stuck with me. There was a sock inside the sleeping bag. Just one. No boot. No foot. Just a sock. The weather turned again that afternoon. Wind picked up hard out of the north, and the sky went dull. I knew I had to find some shelter before night. I set up in a shallow cave beneath a ridge, just big enough to sit in. Wind still blew in, but it kept off the sleet. I ate a cold dinner and tried to sleep, but something fell off. The air had that still, heavy pressure that comes before a storm, or something worse. Just before midnight, I heard what sounded like metal striking rock. Sharp and sudden, like someone hitting a pipe against a boulder. I froze, every hair on my body upright. It was maybe 50, 60 yards downslope. Then I heard it again. Metal on stone. Then silence. No footsteps. No voices. Nothing. I waited for maybe an hour, listening, trying not to breathe too loud. Eventually, I drifted into a light, broken sleep. By morning, the storm had passed, but I woke with a splitting headache and sore joints. Something didn't feel right in my gut. I boiled water, packed up, and tried a radio out, but all I got was static. Same with the backup. I hiked higher to a ridge for better signal, still nothing. That's when I saw it, a small column of smoke, maybe 2 drainages over, coming from a thick patch of spruce. It was thin but steady. Too steady for just a wet log catching fire. Someone was out there. I made a call, go investigate the smoke, then start hiking out the long way via the East Fork, which would take me past an old ranger cabin that hadn't been used in years. I figured I could hole up there, dry out, and try the radio again. The hike to the smoke took hours. The terrain was rough. Steep ridges, wet scree, unstable footing. I fell twice, once catching myself on a dead tree root that snapped off of my hand. Bloodied my knuckles and tore my pants. When I finally reached the source of the smoke, it was late afternoon. The fire was real. A small, controlled burn in a rock ring, with fresh embers and a pile of damp sticks nearby. Someone had been here within the last few hours, but there was no one in sight. Just a camp chair, half folded, a jacket draped over a log, a spoon stuck upright in a tin of beans. It was too recent to be abandoned. It felt like someone had just stepped away and would be back any minute. I stood there for a long time, scanning the trees. Listening. Nothing. I searched the area, called out, even though I didn't want to hear a reply. No footprints in the mud. No boot prints, no trail. Like they'd vanished. Eventually, I backed off, circled 100 yards out, and found a flat spot to camp. I didn't want to stay too close. I didn't like how it felt. I barely slept. Every sound in the dark made me twitch. I kept my headlamp off and the .45 close. At first light, I hiked to the old ranger cabin, another few miles up the ridge. I'd only been there once before. Built in the 30s, stone foundation, rusted chimney. Used mostly by survey crews decades ago. I reached it mid-morning, soaked from climbing through brush. The cabin door was open. Not busted, just hanging open. Inside, it looked like someone had been squatting. Pine needles on the floor. A pile of wrappers in the corner. One of the old cots had a sleeping bag on it. Same brand as the one I found earlier. On the wall, someone had scratched a message into the old wood paneling with what looked like a knife. It read, "Don't follow the water." That shook me. I didn't know what it meant. I still don't. But I didn't like it. I tried the radio again. Nothing. Not even static now. At that point, I made a decision. Get out. I packed fast and left. Took the most direct route I could, even if it meant bushwhacking straight downhill. It was a brutal hike. My knees ached, and I ran out of water halfway. Had to fill up from a creek and iodine it. I made camp that night near the base of the drainage, maybe 5 miles from the highway. That night, I saw movement on the ridge above me. Just a shape, man-sized, standing still for too long. I looked up, and it moved behind a tree. Could have been an animal, but it moved on 2 legs. It never came closer, and I didn't sleep until sunrise. When I finally made it back to the truck, I drove straight to the district office in Durango and filed a report. Told them everything. Left nothing out. A search team went in 2 days later. They found the tarp, the fire, the old camp, but no person. No footprints. No gear. Just signs that someone had been out there and was now gone. The message in the cabin had been scratched over. Erased. No name ever came up. No missing persons matched. No backpackers were reported overdue. No hunters had permits in that zone. Nothing. The only thing they found that I didn't mention in my report, because I never saw it, was a boot print. Just one, at the fire ring, half buried in ash. They said it was small, like a woman's boot. I took a few weeks off after that. I didn't go back into that drainage. I still haven't. I still do backcountry work, but I stay out of the gulch. Every so often I think about I remember the morning clearly. The kind of morning that starts like any other in the wilderness, but ends in a way you never expect. One that stays with you long after the sun sets, even years later. I was working as a park ranger at Selway Bitterroot Wilderness, a massive stretch of forest between Idaho and Montana. It was summer 2017. I was 28 years old, a few years into the job, experienced, but not enough to think I knew everything. That day started like every other. Wake up early, eat a quick breakfast, and load my gear into the truck. My shift was the midday patrol, covering a part of the wilderness trail that locals call the Lost Loop. It's a 20-mile stretch that winds through thick pine forests, rocky ridges, and some of the most isolated parts of the park. Few people hike that trail, mainly because it's tough and there's barely any cell service. Perfect for those looking to escape, but also perfect for trouble. I left the ranger station just as the sun was climbing into the sky, a crisp 60 degrees. The smell of pine and damp earth was strong, mixed with the faint scent of campfires from early morning hikers. I wore my usual gear: boots, khaki pants, Green Ranger shirt, and a heavy-duty backpack with maps, a first aid kit, water, and basic survival tools. My radio was on, but I knew the signal would soon fade once I entered the dense forest. The first few miles were uneventful. I checked trail markers, cleared small branches that had fallen overnight, and kept an eye out for any signs of illegal activity, mostly camping in unauthorized zones or careless fires. The forest was alive with sound: birds chirping, the rustle of squirrels, and the distant gurgle of the South Fork of the Clearwater River. About 6 miles into the loop, I reached a clearing known locally as the Meadow. It's a wide open space surrounded by thick firs and pines, covered with tall grass and wildflowers. Normally, it's a peaceful spot, but something fell off. The air was too still. Usually, there's a breeze here, enough to make the grass ripple and carry the pine scent deeper into the woods. That day, nothing moved. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was heavy, like the forest was holding its breath. I scanned the clearing carefully. No animals in sight. No campers. But near the far edge, I noticed something strange. A cluster of footprints in the soft dirt, fresh and deep. The prints were large, maybe a man's, but the spacing was odd. Uneven strides, like whoever made them was limping or carrying a heavy load. I frowned. No one is supposed to camp here, and I hadn't heard any radio calls about lost hikers. I took out my notebook and jotted down the footprint details, took photos with my phone. That's when I noticed something else. About 10 feet from the footprints, there was a piece of torn fabric caught on a low branch. It was dark green, part of a jacket or shirt. I snapped a picture and stuffed it into a plastic bag in my pack. The feeling of unease crept in stronger. I radioed into the station. "Control, this is Ranger Morgan. Found fresh footprints and torn clothing at the Meadow clearing. No sign of the person. Requesting backup or search team advice." Static crackled back. "Copy that, Ranger Morgan. No reports of missing persons in your area. Proceed with caution." I nodded to myself, even though no one could see. Something wasn't right, but I kept moving forward, deeper into the loop. The trail narrowed after the Meadow, squeezing between thick brush and boulders. The canopy above thickened too, blotting out the sun and casting the path into shadows. I reached into my pack and pulled out my flashlight, even though it was only mid-afternoon. It was a habit, always prepared for the unexpected. Suddenly, I heard it. A faint noise, a muffled sound like someone struggling. I stopped dead, heart pounding. The forest was still around me except for that noise. I turned my head slowly, listening. The sound came again, low and hoarse, a barely audible groan. Without hesitation, I headed toward the sound, careful to stay on the trail, but following the noise. The undergrowth thickened, and the path disappeared into a tangle of bushes. I pushed forward, branches scratching my face and arms. The sound was clearer now, definitely human, someone hurt. Then I saw him, a man, lying on the ground in a shallow ditch beside the trail. He was about mid-30s, wearing hiking boots, cargo pants, and a dark green jacket, the same color as the torn fabric I found. His face was pale, lips cracked and dry, eyes half closed. I dropped my pack and knelt beside him, checking for injuries. His right leg was twisted awkwardly, and there was a deep gash on his shin bleeding steadily. He was conscious but weak. I radioed for emergency medevac and started first aid, cleaning the wound, wrapping it with gauze from my kit, and keeping him calm by speaking softly. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. The forest seemed to close in around us. I checked my watch. 3 hours left of daylight, maybe less with the thick canopy. The man told me his name was Tom. He'd been hiking alone, lost the trail 2 days earlier, and slipped on a wet rock, breaking his leg. He tried to crawl back, but collapsed. No phone signal, no way to call for help. I felt a pang of guilt. If only I'd come earlier. While waiting for rescue, I stayed with Tom, keeping him hydrated and talking to keep his spirits up. The forest around us grew darker, the sounds shifting. Distant bird calls faded, replaced by the low hum of insects. Shadows stretched unnaturally through the trees, and every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves sent a jolt through me. I kept my eyes peeled, scanning for signs of anything unusual, but nothing appeared. Just the two of us, alone in the vast wilderness. About an hour after the medevac call, I saw a bright light flicker through the trees, the helicopter. Relief flooded me. The forest didn't feel so oppressive anymore. I helped the paramedics carry Tom out, his face slack but grateful. Once Tom was safely on the helicopter, I watched it disappear above the treetops, back towards civilization. I stayed behind, feeling oddly empty, the silence of the forest settling again. But the day wasn't over. As I started hiking back toward the ranger station, a strange feeling crawled up my spine, the feeling that I was being watched. The trees seemed to close tighter, the trail less clear. I kept my radio ready, but the signal was gone, dead silence. I slowed, listening for any sounds. Then I saw it, a set of fresh footprints parallel to the trail, barely visible but too deliberate to be natural. They were large, uneven steps again, just like those near the meadow. Whoever they belonged to was still nearby. I called out softly, but no answer came. My hand hovered near my sidearm. The forest suddenly felt hostile, like a predator's lair. The footprints disappeared off the trail into the dense undergrowth. I debated following them, but decided to stay on the path. Better not to chase shadows. The rest of the hike back was nerve-wracking. Every crack of a branch, every whisper of wind felt amplified. I checked behind me multiple times, but never saw anything. When I finally reached the ranger station after dark, the relief was overwhelming. Safe, surrounded by people, the noise of radios and engines. But the feeling lingered. That night, I couldn't sleep. The image of the footprints, the torn fabric, and Tom's hollow eyes haunted me. Why was that man alone, lost in such a vast wilderness? Who else was out there, following strange patterns? The unease turned to worry. I spent the next days reviewing reports and searching databases for any missing persons that matched Tom's description. Nothing. No clues. The area remained quiet, but the story was incomplete. Months later, during a routine patrol, I found something buried beneath a fallen tree near the meadow, a small, rusted metal box. Inside were scraps of paper with names and dates, hikers who had vanished over the years. Some entries were recent, others decades old. The discovery confirmed a dark truth. The Lost Loop was not just a difficult trail, but a trap. People went missing here, some never found. The question that haunted me the most, was Tom just unlucky, or had he escaped something worse? In the end, I realized that wilderness isn't just about nature's beauty. It holds dangers far beyond animals or weather. Human desperation, fear, and sometimes darker forces can hide beneath the canopy. I never saw those footprints again, never found out who left them or what happened to the others. But that summer, I learned to respect the wilderness not just for what's visible, but for the shadows it can cast on a person's mind. And every time I walk a quiet trail now, I carry that memory, a reminder that in the wild, silence can be louder than any noise, and some stories never truly end. I never imagined that my first solo season as a park ranger would turn into the hardest, most frightening stretch of my life. But that's exactly how it went. The year was 2014. I was 26 years old and had recently taken a job at Cedar Ridge National Forest, a large stretch of wildland deep in northern Idaho. The forest covered over 300,000 acres of thick pines, sprawling mountain ridges, and deep valleys carved by rivers. I was assigned to the north section, roughly 75,000 acres, a place with almost no roads or cell service, and just a handful of trails that even local hunters barely used anymore. The forest was beautiful but rugged. It could swallow you whole if you weren't careful. I grew up hiking and camping, but this was different. This was my responsibility now, to protect the land, watch over visitors, and handle emergencies. I was alone for most shifts. The other rangers rotated through the southern areas, and the office was over an hour's drive away. I had a beat-up ranger truck, a radio, and a small ranger cabin near my patrol area. I moved there in late April, just as the snow started melting. The days grew longer, and the forest slowly woke from its winter slumber. Birds began their songs, and the rivers swelled with melting ice. I liked the peace and quiet. I had spent years in the military and a few seasons with the Forest Service as an assistant, so I felt ready to handle the job. But Cedar Ridge had a few secrets, ones no map or ranger guidebook would tell you. During the first week, I familiarized myself with the trails, the ranger cabin, and my patrol routes. The forest was mostly empty, just a few fishermen and early season hunters. I logged everything carefully in my notebook. No unusual activity. I hiked miles each day, often checking the old fire lookouts and damaged bridges. The wind whispered through the pines, and the scent of pine resin filled the air. I spotted deer, a bobcat, and heard the distant howl of a coyote one night. One afternoon, near a remote creek crossing called Widow's Fork, I found a set of fresh tire tracks in the mud. They looked like an old pickup truck, heavy tires with deep grooves. It was odd. No vehicles were supposed to be here, and the nearest forest road was miles away. I radioed the station, but no one had any record of vehicles in that area. I marked the spot and drove out to check again the next day. The next morning, when I arrived at Widow's Fork, the tire tracks were gone. The mud was undisturbed. I chalked it up to rain or a passing ranger. But something about it stuck with me. The forest started filling with more people. Campers, hikers, hunters. I spent days checking campsites, making sure fires were out, and reminding visitors about bear safety. One evening, I found an abandoned campsite along the Lost Elk Trail. The fire pit was still warm, but no one was around. Nearby, I noticed a backpack hanging in a tree and a pair of muddy boots left on the ground. I waited till dawn, but no one returned. I radioed the ranger station, but no one had reports of missing hikers or hunters. I bagged the boots and backpack as evidence and took them back to my cabin. Inside, I found basic supplies, a map of the forest, a half-empty water bottle, and a worn notebook filled with notes about trails, plants, and landmarks. Nothing alarming at first glance, but I felt uneasy. Someone had been out here and left in a hurry, or something had forced them to disappear. That night was the first time I truly felt the forest's dark side. The wind picked up, rattling the cabin's windows and shaking the old pine trees. The shadows outside stretched like long fingers in the moonlight. I was alone, miles from any other person. Around midnight, I heard noises, soft footsteps, rustling in the brush outside. I grabbed my flashlight and a rifle, stepping onto the porch. The forest was pitch black beyond the beam of light. The sound stopped abruptly. I called out, but silence answered me. No animals made sounds like that. It wasn't a bear or a deer. It sounded deliberate, like someone moving carefully, trying not to be seen. I stayed awake the rest of the night, scanning the woods with the flashlight. But I saw nothing. 3 days later, I was called by dispatch. A hunter named David Moran had gone missing near the North Ridge. His family reported he never returned from a solo hunting trip. The area matched the zone I patrolled. I was assigned to lead the search. The first day of the search was tense. I checked his last known location and scouted the trails he might have taken. I followed his tracks in the mud, broken branches, and discarded shells from his rifle. The forest was quiet except for my own footsteps and the occasional bird. By late afternoon, I found more of his gear, a water bottle, torn fabric caught on a thorn bush. There were no signs of struggle or blood, just as things scattered. It felt like he vanished into thin air. The deeper we went, the denser the forest became. The trees were close, the underbrush thick. Visibility dropped. My gut told me something was wrong. On the third day, I found a small clearing marked by a freshly dug pit. It was shallow, about 2 feet across, with freshly turned earth. Inside were broken pieces of a hunting knife, some ripped clothing, and a crushed cell phone. I bagged the evidence and marked the spot on my GPS. It looked like a camp or a hiding place, but there were no signs of a body. At that moment, I realized this wasn't a simple case of a lost hunter. Something else was happening here. Someone had tried to cover their tracks or hide something. That evening, after returning to my cabin, I sat down to review the map and notes. The forest was calm, but I felt watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Then I heard it, footsteps again just outside. Slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. I turned off the lights and listened. The footsteps stopped abruptly. I grabbed my rifle and quietly moved to the window. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows. I saw nothing. I stepped outside, sweeping the beam of my flashlight through the trees. A branch snapped somewhere to my right. I turned, aiming the rifle in that direction, but there was only empty forest. I locked all the doors and windows and sat on the floor, waiting for dawn. The next morning, I decided to hike to the pit again. When I arrived, I found fresh footprints around it. Not the usual forest animals. These prints were human, large boots with deep tread. They didn't match any of our search teams or local hunters. The footprints led deeper into the forest, toward the old logging road that had been closed for decades. I followed them, heart pounding, every snap of a twig echoing like a gunshot in my ears. The trail ended at a small abandoned cabin, hidden under a thicket of brush and fallen trees. It looked like no one had been here in years. But inside, I found recent signs of life, canned food, a flashlight, and a bedroll. I took pictures and radioed the station. They sent a backup team to help with the investigation. Together, we searched the cabin and the surrounding area. We found evidence of someone living off the grid, someone who knew the forest well. Maps with routes marked, journals with notes about people passing through, and more disturbed campsites nearby. It became clear that a man had been using this area to avoid detection, possibly for illegal hunting or worse. When we found David Moran's remains a few miles away, hidden in a ravine, the case was grimly confirmed. He hadn't simply disappeared. Someone had killed him and tried to hide the body deep in the woods. The search for the suspect was long and dangerous. We combed through the forest for weeks. There were reports of strange lights, stolen supplies, and missing gear. Finally, local police arrested a man living under an alias with a history of violence and illegal hunting. He admitted to attacking Moran after a confrontation over poaching territory. That season changed me. The forest was no longer just a beautiful wilderness. It was a place where darkness lived in the hearts of men, where danger didn't come from animals or nature, but from people hiding behind the trees. I learned to trust my instincts, to watch every shadow, and to never underestimate the quiet threats lurking beyond the trails. Cedar Ridge remains wild and unforgiving, but I take comfort in knowing I helped bring justice to a lost hunter and kept the forest safer for those who come after. I've been a park ranger for 10 years now, working in the northern forests of Vermont. The place I look after is called Pine Ridge State Forest, about 30,000 acres of thick woods, rocky hills, and slow, meandering streams. It's a beautiful place, but it's also wild, and sometimes that wildness spills over in ways you never expect. This story starts in early October of 2015. The air had begun to chill, but the leaves hadn't fully turned yet. I was 32 years old then, experienced enough to know these woods well, but that fall, something happened that rattled me more than any wildfire or missing hiker ever had. I was working a late shift alone in the park. The forest had been quiet all day, no reports of campers or hikers out of place, no animals behaving strangely. My job that evening was standard: patrol the main trails, check the campsites, make sure the fire pits were safe, and keep an eye on the weather. Pine Ridge is mostly dense pine and hardwood, with some small creeks running through. The roads are dirt, often muddy in rain, and at night the forest feels like a black ocean around you, swallowing all sound except the crackle of twigs underfoot and the occasional hoot of an owl. That's what I like about it. The silence, the deep, natural quiet. But that night, the silence felt different. Heavy, like the woods were holding their breath. My first stop was a small campground near Spruce Creek. It was deserted. The last campers had packed up a week before, according to the logs. The fire rings were cold, no trash or signs of animals. I noted that on my report, then moved on. About 2 miles down the main trail, near an old ranger cabin that hadn't been used in years, I heard something that made me stop dead. It was faint at first, almost like a whisper carried by the wind. I strained to listen. It wasn't the wind. It was someone crying. I told myself it must be a lost camper or a hiker who'd wandered off the trail. I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward the sound. The crying grew louder as I got closer, soft sobs, ragged breathing. It was coming from the thick brush near the old cabin. When I reached the spot, I saw no one. The bushes were thick with fallen leaves and broken branches, but no footprints or signs of a recent presence. The crying stopped suddenly. I shone my light through the brush, but saw nothing but shadows. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" No answer. The silence was absolute. I stood there for a minute, heart racing, wondering if I'd imagined it. I always trusted my instincts in the woods. This wasn't imagination. I radioed dispatch to check if anyone was missing, but there were no reports. I decided to keep moving, but as I turned, I heard something else, a low, shuffling noise off to my left, near the creek bank. I swung my flashlight toward it, but again, nothing visible. The night was thickening now. The moon was hidden behind clouds. My radio crackled with static. I took a deep breath and kept patrolling, telling myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, making noises in the underbrush. About an hour later, I was near the old ranger station, a dilapidated wooden structure with peeling paint and broken windows. I never liked that place. Something about it felt wrong, like it was holding on to secrets. As I passed the cabin, I spotted footprints in the soft dirt near the door. Fresh ones, too fresh to have been there all day. That didn't make sense. No one was supposed to be here. I knelt down and examined the tracks. There were boot prints about size 10 or 11, heading toward the back of the cabin, then disappearing into the trees. I radioed my supervisor to report it. "Unknown person spotted near the old ranger cabin," I said. "Tracks fresh. No ID. I'm going to check it out." There was no reply, just static. I got up and followed the prints cautiously, flashlights scanning the dark woods. The trees here were dense, the ground uneven and slippery with wet leaves. I moved slowly, listening. The crying had stopped, but now I could hear something else, footsteps quick and irregular, moving deeper into the forest. I called out again, but no answer. Then, my radio finally came back to life. "Ranger Beckett, do you copy?" My supervisor's voice was distant, strained. "I copy. Someone near the old cabin. Following prints into the woods." "Be careful," he said. "We haven't had any reports of lost hikers or campers." I felt a chill run down my spine. I kept moving forward, stepping carefully over roots and rocks, following the faint trail of footprints. After about 20 minutes, the prints stopped near a fallen tree. I shone my light across the ground and saw something that made my stomach drop. A small pile of torn clothing, ripped and dirty, laying next to a broken backpack. No sign of a person. I checked around for any other tracks, but they had been covered by wind and rain that must have come earlier. The place was silent again. My mind raced. Could someone have been hurt or trapped here? I called for backup on the radio and stayed put, watching the shadows move between the trees. Minutes passed. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement near the creek. A figure was crouching by the water, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I approached slowly, voice calm but firm. When I got closer, the figure bolted into the woods, running fast, almost too fast for me to follow. I sprinted after them, but the forest was dense, and I lost sight of the figure within seconds. My heart was pounding, sweat running down my face despite the cold. I stopped and listened. Only the sounds of my own breathing and the forest. I tried to call the figure on the radio, but no response. At that moment, I realized something. This wasn't just a lost hiker or a camper. Whoever it was, they didn't want to be found. I circled back to the broken backpack. Inside, I found a few personal items: a worn notebook, a half-empty water bottle, a small first aid kit. The notebook had writing inside, messy and hurried. I flipped through the pages. It looked like a journal. The last entry was dated 2 days before. The writer spoke about feeling watched in the woods, hearing footsteps at night, feeling afraid to sleep. They mentioned someone following them, but they never said who. I put the notebook in my jacket and radioed again. Backup was on its way. But deep down, I knew we might not find whoever had left those things. The night dragged on. I stayed near the creek, flashlights sweeping the dark, waiting. Around 3 a.m., backup arrived, 2 other rangers equipped with flashlights, radios, and some emergency gear. We searched the area thoroughly, calling out, scanning with flashlights, but no sign of the mysterious person. We found more torn clothing scattered around, this time near an old campsite abandoned years ago. The whole area felt eerie, like it had been disturbed recently. By dawn, we agreed to call off the search until morning. Whoever had vanished into the vast forest. I kept the notebook, hoping it might give clues later. Over the next few days, I investigated. The name in the notebook was Eric, but there was no record of any missing person named Eric in the area. The deeper I dug, the stranger it got. I discovered that the old ranger cabin had once been used as a shelter for people escaping trouble. Drifters, runaways, sometimes even criminals. I started thinking about all the possibilities. Was Eric hiding from someone? Was he in danger? Or was he just lost, scared, and trying to survive? Then I found something even more unsettling. A hidden trail, faint and overgrown, led from the old cabin toward a remote part of the forest called Devil's Hollow. The name itself made the hairs on my neck stand up. Devil's Hollow was a place no one went, full of steep cliffs and thick brush. It was dangerous and isolated. I decided to follow that trail one last time, notebook in hand. It took me hours to reach the hollow. The air grew colder and the silence deeper. Near a small cave entrance, I found signs of recent activity. Footprints, a makeshift fire pit with cold ashes, and some discarded cans. Most importantly, I found Eric. He was thin, pale, sitting against a rock, bruised and exhausted. He looked up when I approached, but didn't speak. I called for medical help and stayed with him until the ambulance came. Eric told me later that he'd been running from a man who had been stalking him, threatening his life. He'd hidden in the woods for days, too afraid to come out, too scared to ask for help. The man had followed him even into the forest, but something had stopped him. Maybe the wilderness itself. After Eric was taken to the hospital and the police got involved, they searched the woods around Pine Ridge and eventually arrested the stalker, hiding nearby in an abandoned hunting shack. The whole experience stayed with me. It wasn't some ghost story or fairy tale. It was real, raw, and terrifying. The woods are beautiful but unforgiving, and sometimes the greatest danger comes from people, not nature. That night taught me to trust my instincts, to never ignore the smallest sound or shadow. It also reminded me how thin the line is between safety and fear in the wild. And most importantly, it showed me that even in the darkest woods, there's a chance to find someone in need. I started as a park ranger in the summer of 1997. I was 26 years old, working in the Kettle River State Forest, a stretch of land deep in northern Minnesota, just a couple of hours from the Canadian border. The forest was dense with towering pines, thick brush, and miles of dirt roads that twisted like veins through the wilderness. It was one of those places where the only sounds you heard were the wind through the trees and the occasional call of a bird or a distant howl of a wolf. I was assigned to the remote East Fork Ranger Station, a small outpost tucked away at the end of a gravel road that often vanished under snow in winter. The station was basically a single-story cabin with a metal roof, a garage for the ranger truck, and a few weather-beaten signs marking the boundaries of the park. It had no electricity, just a generator that we fired up in the morning and shut down at night. And the only phone line was a crank-style radio hooked to the regional office, more for emergencies than anything else. I loved the isolation. Most days, I was completely alone, save for a couple of visiting hunters or fishermen, or the odd hiker who would stop by for directions or permits. I liked knowing the forest so well that I could read its subtle changes, the shifting bird calls, the tracks in the dirt, the way the air smelled different just before rain. But one day, that feeling of control and understanding shattered in a way I didn't expect. It was late August, a week before the end of my summer season, and the forest was thick with life. The days were still long and warm, but the nights were starting to get cold, the first hint of fall creeping in. I'd been checking the fire lookout tower that morning, and then spent the afternoon inspecting some trails for damage after a storm the week before. That evening, just as the sun was dropping behind the trees, I was driving down one of the smaller logging roads, heading back toward the station. The truck's headlights cut through the early dusk, painting yellow rectangles on the thick trunks and the undergrowth. The radio crackled occasionally with weather updates or a distant report from the other rangers, but mostly it was silent. Suddenly, I spotted something odd in the road ahead, a figure standing by the side, just beyond the beam of the headlights. At first, I thought it might be a hunter or a hiker who got stuck, but as I slowed down, the shape didn't move. It was a man, tall and thin, wearing dirty clothes that looked out of place for the forest, a wrinkled shirt and pants, both stained and torn, and an old baseball cap pulled low over his face. He didn't wave or signal, just stood there, still as a tree. I stopped the truck a few feet away, rolled down the window, and called out, but there was no response. He didn't flinch or look my way. The air was thick and heavy. The forest seemed to hold its breath. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the truck, shining the beam on the man. His face was pale and gaunt, with dark circles under his eyes. He looked exhausted, almost like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were glassy and unfocused. "Hey," I said again, trying to keep my voice calm. "Are you okay?" No answer. I noticed his hands were trembling slightly, but he wasn't reaching for anything. I thought maybe he was hurt or sick, so I checked for injuries. There were no visible wounds, but he smelled faintly of sweat and something sour, like spoiled food. I radioed to my location and the situation, asking for backup or medical assistance, but the dispatcher said it would take a while for anyone to get there. This part of the forest was hard to reach after dark. I told the man to come with me back to the station, but he didn't move. Instead, he suddenly turned and walked slowly into the trees, disappearing into the shadows. I shouted after him, but he didn't respond. Something about the way he walked was off. His steps were uneven, almost like he was avoiding something on the ground, or maybe trying to stay quiet. I hesitated for a moment. It was late, and the forest could be dangerous after dark. I had my service pistol and radio, but no backup, no real plan. Still, I decided to follow. The forest was darker than I expected under the thick canopy. The fading light barely filtered through the leaves, and the smell of pine and damp earth was strong. The man's footprints were faint but visible in the soft soil. I moved carefully, flashlight in one hand, pistol in the other, listening to the snapping of twigs underfoot and the rustling of small animals fleeing the intrusion. After a few minutes, I spotted him again, crouched behind a fallen log, staring at something on the ground. I moved closer, shining the light over the log. There, half buried in leaves and dirt, was a worn backpack, torn and wet, with its contents spilled out, a few empty cans, a ripped map, a nearly dead flashlight. I looked up at the man. His eyes flicked toward me briefly, then back down at the mess. He was muttering something under his breath, too low to make out. I realized then that this wasn't a lost hiker or a camper. Something else was going on. I gestured for him to come out from behind the log, but he shook his head violently, backing away a few steps. That's when I noticed it. He had scratches on his arms and face, some fresh, some old. His clothes were ripped more than I'd first seen, and there was a dried smear of blood on his sleeve. Something was wrong. I called over the radio again, asking for a check on missing persons or any reported incidents in the area. Nothing. The man suddenly bolted deeper into the woods, faster than I expected. I gave chase. The forest swallowed him up, but I followed his trail through the thick underbrush, crashing through branches and vines. My heart pounded, and the sweat on my back soaked my shirt despite the cool air. After about 10 minutes, I reached a clearing I didn't know existed, a small hollow surrounded by ancient pines. The ground was muddy and scarred, like something big had been dragged through there recently. And there, in the center of the clearing, was a shallow pit, roughly dug, with loose dirt piled on one side. The man was standing at the edge, staring down into it. I stepped closer, and my light revealed the pit's contents. There was a human skull. I froze. The skull was partially buried in mud, dirt caking the teeth and eye sockets. Next to it were bits of clothing, a broken wristwatch, and a single dirt-covered shoe. My mind raced. This wasn't just a lost or injured person. This was evidence of something far more serious. I called in the discovery over the radio, my voice tight but controlled. The dispatcher told me to stay put and wait for the state police. Backup was finally on its way, but it would be at least an hour. The man, however, didn't wait. He turned and fled again, sprinting through the trees with desperate speed. I chased after him, but this time I was more cautious, trying to keep him in sight without exhausting myself. After several minutes, he slowed and stopped near a fallen tree, gasping for breath. I caught up and raised my pistol, ordering him to freeze. He looked at me, wild and scared, but didn't move. I called the police, gave a description, and told them I had a suspect in custody. They arrived shortly after for officers with flashlights and sidearms. They took the man into custody and searched the area. The pit was expanded, and more remains were found, human bones that had been buried and disturbed. It turned out the man was a drifter who had been living in the forest illegally for months, possibly longer. He was mentally unstable and had been hiding from the authorities after a series of petty crimes. The remains in the pit were those of a missing person reported months before, a hiker who had disappeared during a solo trip. What shocked me most was the drifter's story, pieced together after he sobered up. He said he had found the remains, but was too scared to report them, fearing that someone else in the forest was dangerous. He'd been running from something he never clearly defined. The police suspected the drifter might have been involved in the death, but there wasn't enough evidence to charge him with murder, only with illegal camping and obstructing an investigation. The whole event left me rattled. I realized how little I really knew about the forest, despite all my years there. The place I'd thought was peaceful and predictable had dark corners I hadn't seen, where people got lost, or worse. I kept thinking about the man's eyes, how empty and scared they were, like he had seen something terrifying that chased him into the woods. After the police left and the area was cordoned off, I sat in the station, the night pressing in around me. The forest sounds were different, heavier, more ominous. That night, I couldn't sleep. I stared out the window at the trees, wondering how many others had vanished in places no one ever looked, or how many stories the forest was hiding. But I learned something important. Being a park ranger isn't just about protecting trees or stopping fires. It's about protecting people from the unknown, even the unknown inside themselves. The forest can feel endless, like it swallows you whole. It holds secrets and dangers that don't show themselves on any map or report. And sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts. They're real, human fears, mistakes, and the consequences of people lost and forgotten in the wild. That was my last season as a ranger. After that summer, I moved on to a different job, one with fewer unknowns. But the forest stays with me. The memories I've worked as a park ranger for nearly a decade now. Not in some crowded national park with millions of visitors, but out here in the Bitterroot National Forest on the Montana-Idaho border. The Bitterroot is one of the wildest places left in the lower 48. Rugged mountains, dense timber, rocky canyons, and miles upon miles of trail with hardly a soul on them. You learn to respect the land and its silence, because out here, silence isn't just quiet. It's the absence of safety. This story is from a summer season back in 2015. I was 31 then, and I had just started a seasonal job as a patrol ranger in the East Fork District, a remote area with steep slopes, deep forests, and just enough visitors to keep you alert. The Bitterroot is beautiful, but that beauty can swallow you whole if you're not careful. I was doing a week-long solo patrol, hiking in with my pack full of gear, food, water, first aid, radio, GPS, bear spray, and some extra layers in case the weather turned. It was July, but the nights at higher elevation could get chilly. My job was to check campsites, look for signs of fire, monitor trail conditions, and keep an eye out for anyone in trouble. I loved the solitude most of the time. Being alone with the forest was a kind of peace. But sometimes that same solitude could make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up for all the right reasons. I entered the forest early in the morning, parking my truck at a small trailhead near East Fork Creek. The sun was already bright and warm. I strapped on my boots, slung my pack over my shoulders, and started up the trail. It was a familiar route, about 8 miles to the campsite at the ridge I needed to check, then another few miles looping back through a side trail. The trail was narrow and twisted, running alongside a roaring creek for a few miles before climbing steeply into the timber. The air smelled of pine and damp earth. Birds flitted through the branches, calling to each other. It was peaceful, but I stayed alert. There had been a couple of recent reports of bears and a mountain lion sighting a few miles from here. By late afternoon, I reached the campsite I was supposed to inspect. It was a small clearing with a few fire rings and some old logs for sitting. The place looked like it had been used recently. There were a few cans of flattened tent footprint in the dirt and some cigarette butts near the rocks. I took notes in my journal, checked for any fire hazards, and left everything as I found it. The sun was starting to dip lower when I packed up and began hiking back down the ridge toward the creek. I was on the lookout for anyone else on the trail, but I hadn't seen a single person all day. That wasn't unusual. It was a quiet part of the forest, and midweek usually meant fewer visitors. The light was soft and golden as it filtered through the trees. I knew I had about 2 hours of daylight left before it got dark, but I was moving steadily and felt confident I'd be back to the truck before nightfall. Then I noticed something odd. It was subtle at first, a faint crackling noise coming from the woods off to my right. At first, I thought it was just a branch snapping under a small animal's foot. Deer or a squirrel maybe. But the sound was different. It was deliberate, slow, like footsteps. I paused and listened. The woods went still. I looked around, scanning the trees, the underbrush, the shadows. Nothing. No movement. No animal sounds. Just the creek's steady rush nearby. I shook my head, telling myself I was imagining things. I'd been hiking solo all day, and maybe my mind was playing tricks. Still, I felt a chill run down my spine. I kept moving but took a more cautious route, stepping quietly and watching carefully. 5 minutes later, the sound came again. This time, it was unmistakable, slow, heavy footsteps crunching through dead leaves and twigs. I stopped dead. My heart kicked up a notch. Whoever or whatever was out, there wasn't moving like an animal. I scanned the woods again, this time with more focus. About 30 feet from the trail, just beyond a thick patch of fir trees, I saw movement, a shadow shifting between the trunks. The light was fading fast, but I caught the glimpse of a tall figure crouching, then moving slowly away from the trail. I reached for my radio. No signal. The steep canyon walls and thick trees often killed the reception out here. I kept my voice low and calm, talking into the radio mic, trying to get a response. Nothing. The footsteps grew louder. I looked back toward the trail behind me and saw another shadow slipping through the trees. There was no mistaking it this time. Someone was following me. My training kicked in. I stopped, crouched low behind a fallen log, and scanned the area. I pulled out my bear spray and gripped it tight in my hand. The footsteps paused. Silence. Then came the rustle of brush breaking as whoever was out there stepped forward cautiously. I stayed still, waiting. Suddenly, from the corner of my eye, I spotted a glint, a flashlight beam cutting through the trees, sweeping slowly toward me. I didn't want to run. Running through these woods in the dark was dangerous. A twisted ankle, a fall or worse. I kept low and watched. The flashlight beam stopped a few feet away, revealing a man in dark clothes. He had a backpack and was carrying something in his hand. I couldn't tell what it was. He moved carefully, stepping toward me. My heart was pounding. I thought about calling out, but the radio was useless. I weighed my options, stand my ground, or run for the truck and try to make it back before he caught me. He suddenly dropped whatever he was holding and raised his hands. I stayed low and reached for my pepper spray, ready to defend myself. The man slowly lowered his hands and knelt down. Then, in a quiet voice, he said, "Please don't shoot. I'm lost. I've been out here for 2 days." I kept my spray aimed, watching him. His clothes were torn, his face dirty. He looked scared, not threatening. After a long moment, I lowered my spray slightly and radioed again. Still no signal. I decided to take a risk. I motioned for him to come closer. He told me he had gone hiking alone and got lost after taking a wrong turn. No food or water. He was weak and scared. I radioed base from a small clearing where I got a faint signal. I called for a rescue team to pick him up. We sat by the trailhead, waiting in silence, the forest around us suddenly feeling much less empty. The rescue team arrived an hour later, and the man was safe. He thanked me quietly before they took him away. That night, back in my cabin, I sat by the window, staring out at the dark forest. I thought about how easy it was to get lost out here, how quickly the wild can turn from beautiful to dangerous. I thought about the footsteps in the dark, and how close fear can be to you, even in the silence of the woods. And I realized that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts. They're the real dangers: lost people, wild animals, harsh nature, and the unknown humans you might meet in the shadows, whose intentions you never quite know. That patrol taught me something I never forgot. Always stay alert, trust your instincts, and remember that the forest doesn't care who you are. It only cares if you respect it. My name's Daniel Rourke. I'm 42 now, but this happened back in the fall of 2011 when I was 28 and working as a seasonal ranger in the Monongahela National Forest in West Virginia. That was my third year doing seasonal work, and I'd picked up a lot of odd assignments by then: trail maintenance, wildlife surveys, even search and rescue. This one started out just like any other assignment: an off-trail water system checked deep in a part of the forest most visitors don't know exists. There's a stretch of land northeast of Lake Wilmer that we used to call the Backwater. Technically, it was still part of the public forest, but it wasn't mapped for recreation. No trails, no campsites. It was full of old growth, steep ravines, and not much else. Some of it was private land that got added to the forest decades ago, but never fully assessed. A lot of times, it just wasn't worth the effort to send people out there, but someone at the main office flagged an old concrete drainage outflow that showed up on 1970s aerial photos. Nobody knew if it was still functional or if it had collapsed, so they sent me to go find it. I was given rough coordinates, not even a real GPS point, just a square on an old topo map. My supervisor, Mike, handed me a printed copy with a circle drawn in red pen. He said something about it being part of an old Civilian Conservation Corps water redirection project, probably never finished. I was supposed to go check for signs of erosion, blockage, or damage to any downstream features. Honestly, it sounded like a quiet way to spend a Thursday. It took me 3 hours just to bushwhack into the area. I parked the Forest Service truck off a service road, hiked about 2 miles along a dry creek bed, and then pushed through a stretch of firs so dense you had to turn sideways. The deeper I went, the more the forest changed. The ground grew soft and spongy with layers of dead needles. Bird calls stopped. I didn't even see squirrel tracks, just quiet woods and a steep slope dropping into a ravine that twisted south. By early afternoon, I hit a point where the trees opened up slightly and found what looked like a man-made berm, partially buried in decades of leaf matter. It was no more than 2 feet high, but it had a clean, deliberate shape to it. That's when I started thinking maybe there really had been a CCC crew out here building something. A few more yards downhill, I spotted a line of mossy concrete running parallel to the slope. That was the drainage. It didn't look like much, just a shallow V-shaped concrete channel, maybe 3 feet wide at the top, narrower at the bottom, mostly choked with dirt and branches. I followed it down the hill about 50 yards, where it disappeared under a mound of earth and re-emerged from a concrete culvert. The pipe outlet was big, probably 4 feet in diameter, round, with a lip of rusted rebar exposed at the bottom edge. Water trickled out slowly, not more than a pencil stream, but enough to keep the moss slick and green around it. I crouched to get a better look, took a few notes, snapped some photos. It didn't seem blocked. No signs of recent flow damage. I figure it might have worked during big rains, maybe redirecting floodwater, but otherwise it just sat there forgotten. I probably should have turned back then, but something made me keep going. Downhill from the outflow, the ground funneled into a narrow, rock-filled gully. It looked like the water used to cut through there regularly. I decided to follow it for a while, just to be thorough. I kept thinking of the box on the map. The drainage channel was near the edge of it. What if there was more infrastructure deeper in? The gully narrowed to barely a foot wide in some places. I started seeing more concrete, small slabs half buried like steps or anchors. Eventually, the gully ended in a drop-off, maybe 15 feet down. Below it, the terrain opened up into a flat basin surrounded by rock walls on three sides. It felt like a crater, except it wasn't round, more like a trench that had widened at the bottom. And right in the center of it was the hole. At first, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The ground in that spot looked darker like wet sand. But when I got closer, I realized it wasn't sand at all. It was concrete badly eroded, and right in the middle was a perfectly circular opening about 3 feet wide. It looked like a shaft. No cover, no grate, just open air and a faint smell of mold coming out of it. I dropped a pebble in. It took nearly 4 seconds before I heard it hit bottom. I should have radioed it in, marked the location, and gone home. But I didn't. I don't know if it was curiosity, boredom, or just plain stupidity. I had 50 feet of static line in my pack, left over from a trail fix we'd done the week before. I anchored it to a root up top, set up a basic harness, and started lowering myself in. The shaft walls were rough concrete, cracked and stained. As I descended, I saw markings, spray-painted numbers, some upside down. One read 23.8. Another read Inlet A, about 30 feet down. The shaft angled and opened into a horizontal tunnel, and I dropped the last 10 feet to the floor. My boots landed on damp, sandy concrete. I stood there for a minute, listening. No wind, no dripping. The air was dead. My headlamp lit up a straight tunnel about 5 feet tall and just wide enough to walk through if I hunched a little. The walls were stained dark from water, and the floor was littered with broken branches and decaying leaves that must have washed in over the years. I walked maybe 30 yards before I found the first door. It wasn't really a door, more like a hatch. A rusted iron panel set into the left wall with a round wheel in the center, like a valve. I tried turning it, but it was frozen solid. I kept moving past 3 more hatches like that, and then the tunnel turned slightly left. That's when I saw the chamber. It was a large room, about the size of small garage, with arched concrete supports and a shallow pit in the center. The walls were marked with faded letters. Reg. Drain. Chamber 2. Close inlet after flood. There were pipes everywhere, some capped, others broken open. Rusted ladders led to nowhere. I stood in that room for 5 or 6 minutes, just trying to make sense of it. It had to be part of some 1930s flood control system, abandoned before it was finished. That's the only explanation that made sense. But then I found something that didn't make sense. At the far end of the chamber, the tunnel kept going. But it wasn't concrete anymore. The floor turned to packed earth, like someone had kept digging past the finished section. I stepped into it, headlamp flickering slightly, and realized the walls were lined with wood braces. Old ones, dry and splintering. That's when I noticed the smell again, stronger now. Mold, yes, but also something else. Something sour, like rotting meat. I told myself it was probably a dead raccoon, or maybe a coyote that had wandered in and died. Still, I was getting uneasy. The tunnel kept curving left down a slow spiral. I kept walking. The deeper I went, the more the air pressed on my skin, like I was walking into a vacuum. My light flickered again, and I banged the side of the headlamp. That's when I saw the boot. It was just lying there in the dirt. A black hiking boot, cracked and faded, with the laces still tied. I froze. My first thought was that it belonged to another ranger. But nobody had been assigned to this sector for years. I picked it up. It was light, empty, no foot inside. But then I saw the scuff marks on the floor. Drag marks. Something had been pulled along this tunnel. I backed up. I wasn't thinking clearly anymore. I just wanted out. I turned and started walking fast, head low. Then I heard the sound. Not a growl, not a voice, just a scraping, long and slow, like something being dragged behind me. I didn't look back. I ran, nearly tripped twice. When I hit the chamber again, I didn't stop. I sprinted to the shaft through the rope around my leg and hauled myself up without tying him properly. My gloves slipped, rope burned my palms. At the top, I clawed out of the hole, gasping, and scrambled up the ravine wall until I hit daylight. I didn't stop hiking until I reached the service road. Didn't stop sweating until I hit the truck. When I got back to the office, I filed a basic report. Erosion risk, deteriorated infrastructure, unsafe for entry. I left out the tunnel. I left out the boot. I didn't want to be the guy who claimed he found something that didn't belong. But 2 weeks later, I got a call from Mike. He said a hiker had gone missing about 5 miles from the backwater. A man in his 60s. Solo backpacker. They found his car near the lake, but no trace of him in the woods. So our team swept the area for 5 days. Nothing. I kept my mouth shut. I told myself it wasn't connected. Couldn't be. That winter, I got a full-time offer from a different park in Colorado. I took it. Moved out west. Tried not to think about West Virginia. But sometimes I wake up thinking about that shaft. That chamber. That tunnel curving underground with no map, no plan, no end. And that boot. I looked it up years later. CCC projects in that region never reported any drainage work that deep in the back quarter. The tunnel system, I found, doesn't show up on any modern records. No one ever followed up on my report. If someone else goes out there, I hope they don't go down the hole. I really hope they don't. I took the position in northern Idaho back in the spring of 2016. I was 32 then, and it was my 6th year with the National Park Service. Before that, I'd worked in parts of Utah, Wyoming, and New Mexico, but this job was my first long-term posting. I was stationed in Clearwater National Forest, a dense, wet, heavily timbered section of backcountry near the Montana border. The terrain is steep and rugged. A lot of the area is roadless. My main duties were trail maintenance, patrolling the primitive campsites, and responding to illegal hunting or timber cutting complaints. I had a small Forest Service cabin at the end of a gravel road about a 45-minute drive from town. It was a quiet place, no neighbors, no cell service, no real contact with the outside world unless I made the trip down to the ranger station or caught a radio signal from one of the repeaters higher up. That spring and summer were typical, clearing out windfall, monitoring trail usage, flagging hazard trees, checking permits. It wasn't a glamorous job, but it was honest work, and I liked the solitude. Things started to feel off in mid-July. That's when I first came across the tire tracks. They were up past Meadow Branch, on a logging road that was supposed to be decommissioned. It hadn't been used officially in over 20 years. I knew that because I'd read the old road inventory maps, and the service had removed the culverts and bermed the access point back in the early 2000s. But I found fresh tracks, deep ruts in the mud, worn down from heavy tires, with mud splash on the roadside. It had rained the night before, so they were recent. I figured maybe a rancher or a local with a key had gone in to poach some timber or check on something. I wasn't supposed to go too far off-road solo, but I couldn't ignore it. I walked up about a mile and didn't see anything unusual, just old growth, lots of slash piles, and a couple of large cat scat samples. I made a note of it and reported it the next time I came down. The other rangers just kind of shrugged. No one had been assigned to that road in years. The district didn't have the staff to monitor it anyway. 2 weeks later, I saw the tracks again. This time, they'd gone further in, maybe 3 or 4 miles past the original spot. I followed them, hiking until the road curved around a steep drainage. That's when I noticed the brush had been cleared. Not all of it, just enough for a vehicle to pass through. Someone was maintaining that road. Not officially, quietly. I kept pushing in until I found something I didn't expect. It was a piece of heavy equipment, a skidder, to be exact, parked in the trees just off the road. It was old but functional. The engine was cool. There were fresh tool marks on the bark of nearby trees. Someone had been limbering them with a chainsaw. But what caught me most was the silence. Not birds, not wind, not even flies. It was dead still, like the whole forest had gone quiet. I backed out, got down the road, and radioed in. I didn't hear anything for 2 days. Eventually, my supervisor sent another ranger with me to check it out. When we went back, the skidder was gone. The tracks had been brushed over, and the cut limbs were hidden under a pile of slash. It looked like whoever was doing it didn't want to be found. I asked around about that old road. Locals, some retired loggers. One guy said he remembered an outfit that had worked up there in the 90s, but it went belly up after a landslide blocked the main haul road. No one had been up there since. Or so they said. I started getting paranoid after that. I know what it feels like to be watched. I've dealt with bears, moose, even a few off-the-rails drunks in the backcountry. But this felt different. Cold. Calculated. Like someone was studying my routines. I started noticing little things. Moved rocks on trails I just cleared, tool marks on trees that weren't there the day before, and one time, a small deer skull placed right on the hood of my truck in the early morning. The nearest private land was over 15 miles away. I started sleeping with my shotgun next to my cot. I kept my boots inside and parked my truck nose out. And every time I patrolled near that old logging road, I felt the hair on my arms rise. Something wasn't right back there. Then came a fire call. It was late August. Dry season. A spot fire had been reported by one of the volunteer lookout towers near North Fork. I was closest, so I drove up to check it out. Nothing major, just a small smolder near a stump. I called it in and started cutting a line around it. About an hour in, I noticed something odd. There was an old fire ring, not like a Forest Service placed one. This was makeshift, rocks in a circle, blackened with recent ash. There were some melted plastic scraps and a burned tin can. Someone had been camping here, and they hadn't cleaned up. I took a few photos and logged the GPS, then finished my line and headed out. That night, someone came by the cabin. I didn't hear them, not at first. I only noticed because one of the motion lights clicked on. I looked out the window and saw nothing. But in the morning, I found footprints. 2 sets, one by the woodpile and one just under the front step. They weren't boots like mine. These were lighter, like sneakers or work shoes. And they'd stood there long enough to leave deep impressions in the dirt. I didn't sleep much after that. I kept my reports professional, but I could tell the other rangers thought I was just spooked. I got the same line over and over. Too many long days alone in the woods, your mind starts playing tricks. But I knew what I saw. I started placing trail cameras along the roads, especially up past Meadow Branch where I'd found the skidder. Most of the time, the card just showed deer, coyotes, the occasional elk. Until one night. It was a grainy photo, black and white infrared. Timestamp 2:43 a.m. A man, tall, wearing what looked like an old logger's coat, maybe canvas or denim. His face was turned away, but you could see he was holding something long, maybe a pole saw or a rifle. He wasn't looking at the camera, just standing at the edge of the road like he was waiting. The next day, the camera was gone. The cable had been cut, clean through. I knew then this wasn't just some squatter or hunter. This was organized, intentional, someone who knew the woods and didn't want to be found. I told my supervisor again. He didn't send anyone, just said to keep an eye out and not engage if I found anything dangerous. I knew what that meant. They didn't have the resources and they didn't want the liability. I was on my own. In early September, I found the camp. It was on a bench above a dry creek, about 6 miles past the last known spur. You wouldn't see it from the road unless you were looking for it. The trail up was hidden behind a windfall. I only found it because I saw fresh boot prints heading that way. The camp was small but active. A blue tarp, a rusted-out barrel stove, a few cut logs for seats, and a pile of splitwood. There were tools, an old axe, a handsaw, a bucket of nails, and meat, wrapped in plastic, inside a cooler, with fresh blood still pooled at the bottom. Whatever they'd killed, it wasn't that old. Probably that morning. There were no tags, no permits, just a notebook, waterproofed in a zip bag, with pages and pages of handwritten notes. I didn't take it. I flipped through. No names, no dates. Just entries. Logging yields, weather patterns, patrol movements, times, dates, vehicle types, and notes about me. My cabin, my truck, what time I left in the morning, what direction I usually patrolled. They'd been watching me for weeks. I didn't stay long. I got out, went straight back to the station, and reported everything. This time, they sent a team, 2 rangers, a sheriff's deputy, and a Forest Service law enforcement officer. We went up the next day. The camp was gone. Tarp, tools, everything. Just ashes where the fire had been and a few melted scraps. But the notebook was left behind. Still sealed. Still dry. That's when the tone changed. The law enforcement guys started taking it seriously. They started comparing notes, matching it to other complaints. A few missing trail cameras, an illegal elk kill, some old reports of gunshots near unmaintained roads. It wasn't enough to make an arrest, but it painted a picture. Someone was operating off-grid, deep in the forest, cutting timber and poaching game. Maybe even running a black market mill. They had equipment, knowledge, and clearly didn't want attention. The Forest Service sealed off the road and posted game cameras at all access points. I was reassigned to a different district on the other side of the county for the rest of the season. Officially, it was to support fire suppression during the late season burn risk. But I knew why. They didn't want me alone out there anymore. I left Idaho the next spring. Took a job in western Colorado. Less timber, more rock, fewer shadows in the trees. I still work in the woods, still do patrols, but I keep my eyes sharper now. I trust my instincts more. Because somewhere up in those ridges above Meadow Branch, someone is still watching. Still moving silently between the trees. Still cutting trails and building fires and studying the people who come too close. And this time, I won't be the one to find them. My name is Curtis Dean, and I was a seasonal backcountry ranger in northern Wyoming for most of my 20s. This happened back in 2014 when I was 27, working in the Bighorn Mountains, about a half-day's hike northwest of a place locals call Holloway Basin. Most people don't go up that far. Steep terrain, unstable trails, and just remote enough to keep it off the radar. We only had a few hunters or hardcore hikers pass through there in a season. It was quiet. Too quiet, maybe. That year, I was stationed at Cold Creek Cabin, a rough timber structure that the Forest Service built in the 60s and never really improved. No insulation, no plumbing. Just a roof, a bunk, and a propane stove that leaked if you turn it too far open. It sat about 12 miles off the nearest service road, surrounded by lodgepole pines and meadows that looked calm, but were riddled with bad footing and grizz tracks. I had radio check-ins twice a day and was on my own otherwise. Early June, still patches of snow up high, and the trails hadn't all been cleared yet. I got a dispatch message that an out-of-town biologist was scheduled to tag some pika in a high alpine zone north of Holloway, and I was supposed to keep tabs on the area, make sure trailheads were marked, snow bridges were stable, and nobody wandered into avalanche runouts that hadn't melted yet. Simple enough. I loaded my pack with 4 days worth of food, first aid, and some tools and headed out on foot. It took about 6 hours to reach the basin edge. The trail followed Cold Creek upstream and climbed into a steep saddle before dropping into the hollow. The name always bothered me. Holloway, like something used to live there and left it behind. The air got still around that place. Pines grew twisted near the ridge lines, like they'd been away from something. But it was my job, and I'd hiked worse terrain before. I camped just above the basin that first night, where the slope flattens out and the creek fans into a marsh. I set my tent in the lee of some boulders and boiled up some lentils. Everything seemed normal, except the silence. I know people say that a lot, but I mean it was dead quiet. No wind, no birds, not even the usual dusk chorus of frogs or chipmunks. You don't realize how much background noise the woods usually make until it's gone. It puts your skin on edge. I shrugged it off and turned in early. I'd hiked hard and needed the rest. Sometime after midnight, I woke up freezing. My sleeping bag was zipped, my liner tucked in, but I was cold like I was laying on ice. I checked my thermometer. It was 39 degrees. Not freezing, but way colder than forecast. I chalked it up to being at elevation and tried to sleep again. Something made me look outside the tent. Just a hunch. I unzipped the flap, stuck my head out. There were footprints. Not animal prints, bare human feet, wide set, adult-sized, maybe size 11 or 12. They started about 15 feet from my tent, looped around once, then disappeared into the willows toward the creek. No other tracks. No shoes. No gear. Just 2 barefoot impressions, right in the frost-hardened mud. I stared at them for a long time, more confused than scared. They looked fresh, not more than a few hours old. If someone had been out there walking barefoot in sub-40 temperatures, they'd have frostbite, maybe worse. I scanned the trees with my headlamp. Nothing. No movement, no sounds. Eventually, I crawled back in my bag, knife under my pillow, and lay awake till sunrise. Next day, I hiked farther up the basin, toward the cirque where the Pika burrows were supposed to be. It was rough, boulder-strewn country, still patchy with snow. My boots slid more than once on hidden ice. By mid-afternoon, I'd reached the tagging zone, flagged the route with orange tape, and left a note in a sealed dry bag at the start of the survey grid. I took a long detour back to camp, sweeping wide around some talus where I'd seen old bears scat last season. When I got back to my tent, I knew right away something was wrong. The zippers were closed, but the stakes were pulled from the ground, and the fly was hanging off. Inside, my sleeping pad was missing. Just the pad, not the bag, not my tools, not my radio. Just the pad gone. I searched a 50-yard radius. Nothing. No prints this time. I checked the bear bag I'd hung earlier that morning. Still up, untouched. This wasn't a bear. Bears don't take one piece of foam and leave the rest. The radio squawked as I called in. Just a quick check-in and log entry. I didn't mention the footprints or the pad. Not sure why. Maybe I didn't want to sound jumpy. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed outside the tent, back against a rock, bear spray in hand. I kept a small fire going, even though we weren't supposed to. Too early in the season, risk of dry grass catching. But I needed light. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard it again, movement near the creek. Soft steps dragging. Not an animal. Too slow, too purposeful. I didn't move. The fire popped once, and the sound stopped. I held my breath for a long time. Then it started again, but farther off this time, like it had veered away. At dawn, I packed up everything fast and climbed out of the basin, hiking south toward an old ranger cabin called Spruce Notch. It hadn't been used in years, but I knew it was there and might give me a better spot to hole up and assess. I hiked hard, barely stopping, and made it there by late afternoon. The cabin door was swollen shut, took a shoulder to open. Inside was dark and musty. Old mouse nests, broken chairs, the smell of sap and mold. But it was shelter. I lit the small stove and sat by it with my map. I thought about heading back to Cold Creek and radioing for a pickup. But the next check-in wasn't until morning, and I didn't want to hike in the dark again. Just before dusk, I walked the perimeter, making sure nothing had followed me. That's when I found the second print. This one was inside the shed out back, in the dust on the floor. Same size, same barefoot. Just one, as if someone had stepped in, stood still, and left. The dust hadn't settled. I didn't eat that night. I sat in the corner of the cabin with the door barred and all my gear next to me. There was a kind of low panic running through me, like my instincts knew something my brain wouldn't admit. I wasn't alone out there, and whoever else was around didn't want to be seen. And they knew where I was. At sunrise, I went out to check the trail again. That's when I saw the cairns. 3 stacks of stones, each about 2 feet tall, set at equal distance around the cabin. One to the north, one east, one south. Perfect circles, balanced stones, not natural. Someone had placed them there. That did it. I radioed the district office and requested an immediate evac. Claimed I'd injured my ankle. It was a lie, but I couldn't stay out there another night. It took them 9 hours to reach me. I stayed locked in that cabin the whole time. When the heli finally landed in the clearing half a mile south, I ran to it. I didn't look back. I filed a report back at headquarters, but left out the footprints. I said the trail was unstable, recommended restricting public access to the basin, maybe setting new signs. The district rangers signed off on it without much interest. As far as they were concerned, I'd done my job. I never went back to Holloway. The biologists canceled their trip the following week, citing weather concerns, but I wonder if they heard something too. That whole summer, I had a creeping sense that something was watching me, even back at Cold Creek. Every snap branch made me jump. I left the Forest Service the next year and took a job in fire management farther south. People ask why I left the backcountry. I tell them I got tired of being alone. That's true in part, but the real reason is simpler. Out there, past where the maps start to lose detail, there are places where the rules don't quite hold. No monsters, no ghosts, just people. People who live without light, without shoes, without any reason to be found. And if they don't want you there, they'll let you know. I was lucky. I listened. I was 34 when I got transferred to the Prescott District in western Montana. That was in late summer of 2016. Before that, I'd worked in Oregon for a few years, mostly routine trail work and backcountry patrolling. Nothing ever got under my skin out there. But Prescott was different. The terrain was rougher, steeper, more remote. The forest just felt bigger somehow. You could walk for days and not see a soul. I liked that about it, at least at first. My base was a small ranger station near the edge of the Washburn Wilderness, about 2 hours west of Helena. There were 4 of us assigned to that area, but we rarely saw each other. Our zones were huge, and we all rotated on staggered shifts. Most days I worked alone. In September, we got word that someone had been living illegally deep in the wilderness. Real deep. Hikers reported seeing a 10-off trail not far from the old Washburn Trail, which had been closed for years because of a rock slide that made parts of it impassable. I was the one assigned to check it out. I loaded up my gear, radio, GPS, med kit, water, food, and my old .3 5.7 revolver, which we were allowed to carry for protection, though I never once used it. It was a warm morning, but I packed layers. The weather turned fast up there. It took me most of the day just to get to the trailhead. From there, the plan was to hike in and camp overnight. I figured I'd find a camp the next day, log it, post a notice, and follow up if they didn't leave. But I didn't even make it to the old trail before things started to feel wrong. The first thing I noticed was silence. Not quiet, silence. No birds, no wind, not even the usual rustle of squirrels or chipmunks. Just the sound of my boots and breathing. I stopped a few times to listen, thinking maybe I'd just scared things off, but it stayed that way for miles. The next thing was the boot prints. I came across them maybe 5 miles in, near a creek bed. They were fresh. Big too, bigger than mine, and I wear size 11s. They were deep, heavy prints, like someone carrying a full pack. I followed them for about a mile before they veered off into the trees toward the direction of the old trail. By the time I made camp, it was almost dark. I set up on a small rise with a good view of the area, ate a cold dinner, and wrote down my notes. The silence was still there, like the forest was holding its breath. I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, thinking I heard footsteps outside the tent. Once I even unzipped the flap and looked out with my light, but there was nothing there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been near. The next morning, I packed up and headed for the old Washburn Trail. It hadn't been maintained in almost a decade, but I could still find the faint trace of it through the underbrush. I followed it east for a few miles and then smelled smoke. It was faint but distinct, with smoke coming from somewhere ahead. I slowed down, moving carefully. Around a bend, maybe 200 yards out, I saw the camp. It was more than just a tent. There was a whole setup, tarp shelter, fire ring, stacked wood, and gear scattered all around. Whoever it was had been out there a while. There was even a makeshift drying line strung between trees, with clothes hanging stiff in a breeze. I stayed hidden and watched for a long time. No movement, no sound, just a thin trail of smoke rising from the fire ring. Eventually, I made my way closer, hand on my revolver, just in case. The camp was empty. The fire was smoldering, but no one was there. And the weirdest part was that it looked like whoever had been there had left in a hurry. There was food still in a pot on the fire, a boot lying half buried in the dirt, a map pinned to a tree with a knife through it, edges curled from the weather. I called in on the radio, but the signal was weak. I gave my location and said I'd investigate further. That's when I noticed the smell. It wasn't the smoke. It was something sour, metallic, and wrong, like blood and rot. I followed it about 50 feet past the camp and found the deer carcass. It was gutted, strung up between 2 trees, partly skinned. But it wasn't a hunter's work. It was messy, rushed, like someone had started the job and panicked halfway through. There were flies everywhere. Blood soaked the dirt beneath it. I backed off and wrote it all down. Still no sign of the camper. By afternoon, I decided to search the area in a wide loop. I flagged the camp and set markers. I figured I'd circle back by nightfall. I took only a small pack, marked my GPS, and started off. About an hour in, I found more prints. The same ones I'd seen before. They were erratic now, like the person was limping or staggering. Branches were broken along the way, as if they were pushing through without care. It led to a rocky ridge and then down into a gully I'd never seen on the maps. It was there I found a cave. Small opening, barely waist high, tucked into the side of the gully wall. I had to crawl to get in. Inside, it opened up a little, just enough to stand hunched over. The smell hit me immediately, stronger than at the camp, sharp and choking. I shined my light around. There were bones, not just animal bones. Some were small, human-sized, and clothes. A backpack, an old ranger hat, even a pair of glasses with one lens cracked. Everything was stained. Dried blood covered the rocks. I froze, staring at the mess. My heart was thudding in my chest. I'd never seen anything like it. It wasn't just a kill site. It felt like something worse. Like a den. I got out fast, backed out, retched into the dirt. Then I ran. Back at the camp, it was almost dusk. I grabbed my gear and got ready to hike out, but I knew I couldn't make it to the trailhead by dark. I found a small bluff nearby and set up a cold camp. No fire, no lights. I kept my gun close and didn't sleep at all. All night, I heard things moving in the trees. Not animals. Slow, deliberate steps. Once, I swear I heard breathing just beyond the edge of the trees. But when I flashed my light, there was nothing. By morning, it was quiet again. I hiked out fast, checking behind me every few minutes. The whole way, I felt like I was being followed. When I reached the ranger station, I filed a full report. The sheriff's office got involved, along with search and rescue. They found the camp, the deer, and the cave. The bones were collected and tested. Turns out they were human, at least some of them. One set belonged to a ranger who'd gone missing in 2009. His name was Gary Whitaker. I'd heard the story when I first transferred, how he'd gone on a routine patrol and never come back. They searched for weeks, but found nothing. Everyone assumed he fell, got lost, or maybe got attacked by a bear. The other bones were never identified. There were at least 2 more sets. All we ever knew for sure was that someone had been out there a long time, hiding in that forest, living off whatever they could find or take. The camp was destroyed. The trail officially closed for good. But we never found whoever had been living there. Not a trace. No fingerprints, no ID, no sightings after that. It was like they vanished. After that, I asked for reassignment. I couldn't go back out there. Not alone. I still think about it sometimes. That silence. The prints. The cave. What kind of person could live like that? Out there, so deep, so far from everything. What happened to them? And were they the only one? I don't have those answers. All I know is what I saw, what I smelled, what I found, and that I never want to go back. It was the summer of 2011, and I was stationed in the Selway Bitterroot Wilderness of central Idaho. I had been working with the Department of the Interior for 12 years at that point. Most of my career had been uneventful, boring even. A few lost hikers, some minor search and rescue operations, and a lot of paperwork. I didn't mind. I liked the quiet. That was why I took the assignment out at the Black Rock Ridge Fire Lookout Tower. Black Rock Ridge sits just under 7,000 feet, tucked into a string of jagged peaks that overlook miles of pine forests, valleys, and old burn scars. The lookout was one of those old 1930s CCC structures, tiny cabin up on 40-foot stilts with a narrow staircase winding up the center. No plumbing, no electricity beyond what you could charge off a small solar rig. No running water, except for what you hauled in from a spring about half a mile down the ridge. I volunteered for it every summer because nobody else wanted it, and I liked being alone. The job was simple. Watch for smoke. Record weather patterns every 3 hours. Radio in twice a day to the district station in Elkview. I brought up all my supplies in June: food, gas canisters, notebooks, batteries, a bolt-action rifle in case of mountain lions, and a few paperbacks. I was supposed to stay until the end of August. The first few weeks were fine. The weather was dry. No lightning. Hardly any wind. Insects were bad, as usual. The lookout creaked with every gust. I'd hike the ridge in the mornings, collect wind speed readings, mark down humidity, and spend the rest of the day glassing the forest with binoculars. Sometimes you'd see a black bear on the move, or a herd of elk threading through a meadow. Most days, you didn't see anything but trees. It started in early July, on the 9th if I remember right. I was doing my 3 p.m. weather log when I noticed something strange in the valley northeast of the ridge. It looked like smoke at first, just a thin vertical column rising between the trees near Old Copper Creek. I logged it. Smoke was common in that area. Hunters sometimes came in early to scout for fall, and they weren't supposed to build fires, but many did anyway. I radioed it in. Dispatch asked me to monitor it. I did. I spent hours glassing the column. But here's the thing, there was no source. No flickering at the base. No spread. No movement. Just a thin, steady plume that never changed. It stayed in the same spot for over 4 hours, then disappeared right before dusk. No wind picked up. It just stopped, like it was turned off. I didn't think much of it then. I figured maybe I'd imagined it, or the light played tricks on me. You start second-guessing your eyes when you're up there too long. I hiked down to the spring the next day, filled my water containers, and didn't see anything unusual. But then it happened again. 2 days later, same time of day, same spot. Identical column. I stayed locked on it for hours. Again, no flame base. No movement. Just steady gray smoke rising and then gone like a switch flipped. I hiked out to that area the following morning, which wasn't easy. The terrain down by Copper Creek is thick with lodgepole pine and tangled deadfall from a burn about 10 years back. No trail, just animal paths and brush. I carry my GPS, rifle, a map, and a radio. It took me almost 6 hours to reach the coordinates where I'd seen the smoke. There was nothing there. No ash, no coals, no fire ring, no footprints, no cleared spot, nothing. Not even the faint scent of burned wood. Just undisturbed forest floor. I marked the spot with flagging tape and hiked back, slower this time because the slope was worse going up. I slept rough that night. Something felt wrong. Couldn't put my finger on it. You get used to a certain rhythm in the wilderness. The chirp of insects, rustle of wind, distant calls of birds. But that night, it was too quiet. Even the bugs had shut up. Over the next week, the pattern continued. Every other day, like clockwork, that same column would appear for a few hours and vanish. I stopped calling it in. I knew they wouldn't send a crew unless I confirmed a burn, and I couldn't. I felt like an idiot trying to explain a fire that left no trace. Mid-July, things escalated. It was the 17th. I woke to find boot prints in the dust near the base of the tower. One set, size 11 or 12 by the look. Deep tread, modern boots. They led from the edge of the tree line, circled the tower, and disappeared back into the woods. No vehicle tracks, no other signs, just the prints. There weren't supposed to be people up there. It was a closed access zone, only reachable by foot or helicopter. And the nearest road was over 18 miles away, blocked by landslides and not maintained for years. Even a fit hiker would take 2 days to get here. But the prints were fresh, less than a few hours old. I climbed the tower slow that morning, rifle in hand. I scanned every inch of forest through the scope. Nothing moved. I checked my supplies, nothing missing. But I noticed something odd. My solar panel had been tilted off its stand, like someone tried to disable it. That night, I stayed up. No lights, no noise, rifle ready. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate. I froze. I didn't call out. I just sat on my cot with the rifle aimed at the door. The footsteps stopped halfway up the stairs. Then nothing. No retreat. No sound. I waited an hour before checking. No one there. I swept the area with a flashlight. No tracks. Just silence. I reported the incident that morning. Radioed it in as possible trespass. They told me to stay alert and log any activity. Said they'd send someone in on foot to check the area, but it'd take a few days. On July 20th, I found the dead elk. It was down in the saddle between Black Rock and Whistler Ridge. Big bull. Looked fresh, maybe 2 hours dead. But it wasn't shot or taken down by wolves. No blood trail. No signs of struggle. Just lying there stiff, eyes wide open, with a gaping slice along its throat. Clean cut. Almost surgical. No bite marks. No scavenging, just that one cut and nothing else. I reported that too. They made note, but didn't seem concerned. I marked the site and left it. That night, I didn't sleep. I heard movement again, this time below the tower. Scraping, like something dragged along wood. I listened for an hour, finally climbed down at dawn to check. Someone had carved symbols into the base supports. Deep gashes, circles, lines. Looked like compass roses or old survey marks. I didn't recognize any of them. I was done. I packed my gear, decided I'd hike out to the nearest ranger station myself and file a full report in person. But I couldn't get more than 2 miles down the ridge. Every trail I tried was blocked. Not by nature, by man. Logs dragged across switchbacks. Stakes driven into the ground with wire strung knee-high. Trip hazards. Snare loops. I found at least 3. Someone had trapped the exit routes. Someone didn't want me leaving. I doubled back. I locked the tower door with a steel bar. I slept in shifts, rifle in hand. I set Tinkin alarms on the staircase and kept the spotlight on after dark. On July 24th, just after dusk, the lookout phone rang. That old rotary thing hadn't worked in years. I never heard it once in all my seasons up there. It was unplugged from a line. The line itself didn't even run to a pole anymore. It had been cut during a storm 5 years earlier and never replaced. But it rang. Only once. I didn't answer. I just stared at it for a long time. Then I moved it to the far side of the room, unplugged. I radioed the district at dawn and demanded extraction. No excuses. I made it clear I wasn't staying another night. They agreed. Said a chopper would be there by 8 a.m. the next morning. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even sit down. I stood at the window, rifle pointed outward, waiting for something I couldn't explain. The chopper came late, just after 10. The pilot asked if I'd seen a lightning strike out there. Said they were responding to a new fire reported just beyond Copper Creek. I didn't answer him. I just climbed in and didn't look back. They found another tower months later, maybe 20 miles east of mine. Abandoned, half collapsed, not on any map. Inside were empty food tins, a burned mattress, and an old forestry uniform like mine, sun-bleached and rotting. The tower had been hidden by growth like nobody wanted it found. They never explained the smoke. Never found the person who carved those symbols or left those boot prints. They dismissed it as old poachers or wilderness squatters. Said I imagined most of it from fatigue. I didn't argue. I just filed my retirement papers and never went back. You spend long enough in those woods and you start learning what to ignore and what to remember. I still think about that column of smoke sometimes. Still wonder why it kept showing up in the same place, day after day, and left no trace. But I think what haunts me more is how quiet those woods were. Too quiet, like something was waiting. But I got out. That's what matters. And I never went back to Black Rock Ridge again. I started working for the U.S. Forest Service in the spring of 2013. I was 33 at the time, just coming off a rough year in my life. A divorce, a failed business, and too many sleepless nights staring at ceilings. I needed space, quiet, something grounded. So I took a seasonal ranger job in northern Idaho, near the Selway Bitterroot Wilderness. It was remote, rugged, full of old-growth forest, high ridgelines, and deep, cold rivers. Exactly what I needed. My post was out of a small backcountry ranger station called Barnett Lookout. It was little more than a cabin and a shed with a radio antenna. We had solar panels for minimal electricity and a diesel generator for backup. The job was mostly trail maintenance, patrols, documenting wildlife sightings, keeping an eye out for poachers, and making sure campers weren't torching the woods. I loved it. Long hours hiking, fixing fences, rerouting fallen trees. You get into a rhythm with the land, and it gets into you. The station was a good 30 miles from the nearest town, a dusty called Avery. No cell service, only a crackling old VHF radio for check-ins with the main office. There were other rangers in the area, but most of the time I was alone. About a month into the season, in early May, I was going through old trail maps in the shed. Most of them were laminated or yellowed with age. One caught my eye because it was marked with red ink. Someone had circled a section deep in the forest, about 14 miles northwest of my station, near a canyon called Thistle Gulch. It wasn't a place we monitored much. I'd never been out there. In the margin, someone had scribbled FT78/old spur/collapsed bridge. That made me curious. I looked it up in the current trail system, but FT78 wasn't listed. The area around it had newer trails, but that specific spur was missing. I called it in, and dispatch just said the trail was likely decommissioned. That happens when paths get too damaged or too hard to maintain. But something about the red ink and the hand-drawn circle felt odd, like someone wanted it remembered. So the next day, I packed a 3-day kit: tent, freeze-dried food, topo maps, water filter, satellite GPS. I signed out with the main office, noted my intended location, and hit the trail. It was supposed to be a mild trip, just a scout mission to document the old route and take pictures. The first day went fine. I bushwhacked through thick pine and alder, found faint signs of the old trail, bits of cut log, some old blazes on tree trunks. It was tough going, but I made about 10 miles before I set up camp. I didn't see anyone, didn't hear a single engine or voice, just wind and birds. That night was colder than expected. I woke up twice to strange, snapping sounds nearby. Might have been deer, maybe an old tree groaning. I didn't think much of it. You get used to weird sounds out here. Still, I kept my knife under the flap and my bear spray in arm's reach. On the second day, I reached the canyon around noon. Thistle Gulch was steep and narrow. The trail came down hard and then vanished where the bridge had once been. There were rusted bolts still stuck in the rock on both sides, but no trace of the span itself. I figured it had been a wooden bridge, probably washed out years ago. The drop was about 30 feet, not deadly, but too steep to descend directly with a full pack. I hiked up and down the ridge looking for crossing. About a half-mile upstream, I found a place where a few large boulders had collapsed into the gulch, forming a rough pass. Slippery but doable. I made my way across, boots scraping on lichen-covered granite, and climbed back up the far side. That's where things started to feel off. The air was still, too still. No bird song, no wind in the trees, just a kind of heavy silence. The woods ahead were thick, spruce and cedar mostly, and the light was low even at midday. I pressed on, thinking maybe the thick canopy was just muffling the sound. But after about 30 minutes of hiking, I stopped and realized I hadn't seen a single animal. No squirrels, no tracks, no scat. Not even bugs buzzing around. And the trail, what was left of it, felt strange. It was clear someone had tried to erase it. Fallen logs had been cut and stacked across the path, like blockades. Not natural deadfall. Deliberate. Old axe marks on the wood. Somebody didn't want this trail used. Still, I kept going. Took photos, logged coordinates, made notes. I came to a clearing around 3 p.m. It was maybe 60 feet across, ringed by tall trees, with a dry creek bed cutting through the center. And on the far side was a cabin. It wasn't on any of my maps. Old, leaning, roof sagging in the middle. Looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. The wood was gray, and moss hung from the eaves. Windows were broken out. The door was missing. There was an old stove rusting inside, and a wood table collapsed in the middle of the floor. I didn't go in. Something about the place made my skin crawl. Not in a haunted way, just wrong. Like walking into a room where a fight just happened. That leftover charge in the air. I backed out and made a note of the location. I planned to hike another few miles and set up camp near a stream I saw on the map. That night was worse. I set camp by the stream, ate cold beans and dry crackers because I didn't want to make a fire. I kept thinking about the cabin, about how that trail felt blocked on purpose. Around 1 a.m., I heard movement again. Not distant, not a rustle. Something walking. Slow. Crunching twigs underfoot. I lay there, holding my breath, hand on the spray. It passed within 20 feet of the tent and then stopped. No sound for almost 5 minutes. Then it moved again. Away this time. Still slow. I didn't sleep after that. In the morning, I found footprints. Human. Boots. Size 11 maybe. Deep tread. No one else was supposed to be out here. The tread was fresh. No weathering. Sharp edges. Someone was near my tent at 1 in the morning, and they hadn't come by the trail. I packed up fast. Decided to head straight back to the station. Didn't want to spend another night in that forest. I took a more direct route east, down the ridge toward Copper Creek, hoping to loop back faster. I made good time, but around noon I got turned around in a thicket of blowdown. My GPS started acting up, screen froze, then shut off. Wouldn't reboot. I relied on the compass and map after that. The wind picked up and clouds rolled in. I knew rain was coming. Around 3 p.m., I stumbled into another clearing, and my stomach dropped. It was the same cabin, same sagging roof, same broken windows. I had gone in a wide loop, but I'd been navigating carefully. There was no reason I should be back here unless someone had moved the damn forest around me. I didn't stop this time. I jogged past it straight east. Rain started around 4. Cold, needle thin. My boots soaked through. Visibility dropped. I couldn't find the rock bridge again. Too slippery anyway. So I climbed downstream until I found a spot shallow enough to ford. Almost lost my footing. The water was freezing, but I made it across. That night, I found a dry patch under a dense cedar stand and just lay in my bag, not even pitching the tent. I was too tired to care. No footsteps this time, but I still didn't sleep much. The last day was a hard push uphill. I started before sunrise and didn't stop except to drink. My legs felt like lead. I was hungry, cold, wet, and paranoid. Every snapped branch made my chest tighten. I reached the ranger station just before dark, threw open the door, and sat on the floor for 10 minutes without moving, just breathing. When I finally radioed in, I left out most of the details. Just said I'd found remnants of the old trail and an abandoned structure. They logged it and told me to write up a report. I did, but I never went back. Later that summer, a hunter went missing in that same quadrant. He was experienced, knew the land. Never found a trace of him. No gear, no clothes, not even a boot print. They did a 10-day search. Nothing. I never told anyone about the footsteps, or the cabin, or how I lost hours circling a place I didn't want to see twice. Maybe it was just poor navigation. Maybe the forest plays tricks on you when you're alone and tired. But I've worked in wild places for over a decade now. I've seen injuries, rescues, floods, bears, fires. Nothing ever made me feel like that stretch of woods near Thistle Gulch. Some places don't want you there, and if you don't listen, they find ways to remind you. I transferred out the next year. Got a post in Central Oregon. Still remote, still wild, but somehow quieter. Less heavy. I still go on solo patrols, still camp in the backcountry. But I never go off trail without a backup GPS. And I never, ever follow red ink on an old map again. I was 38 years old this summer. I took the Ridge Fire Watch job out in central Idaho. It was 2012, late June, and the snow melt was finishing up. I've been working with the Forest Service in various forms since I was in my early 20s, mostly trail crew and later wilderness patrol, but this was my first full season assigned to the Ridge Fire Lookout. It sat alone on a narrow spine of rock at 7,400 feet. The tower itself was about 50 years old, rickety, sun-bleached wood, patched over the decades by whoever had the tools and the will. I didn't mind the isolation. I'd always been one of those people who preferred being far from town. The only access was a 10-mile hike in from the Forest Service Road, and a chopper resupply every 3 weeks. The lookout sat in the Snake Ridge District, tucked into one of those gnarly folds where the mountains roll on forever. Most of the time, the only things I saw were elk, deer, and the occasional black bear that wandered too close to the compost bin. My job was simple: watch for fires, report weather, file my observations, and keep the place maintained. I logged smoke sightings, reported lighting strikes, monitored air conditions, and filled in the daily logs. It was quiet work. That's what I liked about it. No boss breathing down your neck, just trees, clouds, and the kind of silence that grows heavy in the evenings. The first month was uneventful. I read a lot, walked the perimeter, cooked rice and canned beans, and made notes on the weather. I had a radio and a satellite phone in case anything serious happened. Other than the weekly check-ins, I was left to my own devices. But starting in late July, things started to feel off. Not supernatural. Nothing like that. Just little things that didn't line up. It started with the missing trail markers. There's a small spur trail that drops off the ridge, Not an official Forest Service path, but one some of the old-timers had used to cut down to the creek below. I knew it was there because the guy who had the tower the year before, Marcus, had told me during the handoff. "Don't use it unless you have to," he said. "It's steep, overgrown, but it's good to know about if you need water in a pinch." I took his word for it. I hadn't planned on using it, but one day in late July, I decided to check it out just to see what shape it was in. I followed it down maybe a quarter mile before I noticed that every single ribbon marker on the trees, the orange plastic tags used to flag the trail, were gone. Not snapped or weathered, just not there, like someone had deliberately removed them. It struck me as odd, but not dangerous. Could have been an overzealous hunter or another ranger who wanted the trail obscured. It was public land, after all. Still, I didn't go any further and climbed back to the tower. A week later, I noticed footprints near the edge of the ridge. Not mine. I always wore the same boots, Vibram soles, heavy heel, and these were different. Narrower, a flatter tread. They were fresh, too, maybe less than a day old. They followed the tree line along the eastern slope, coming from the direction of the trail I'd checked earlier. I radioed in, asked if any crews had been in the area. Dispatch said no. They asked if I wanted them to send someone up. I said no. It didn't feel like enough to raise an alarm over. People wander all the time. Probably just some off-trail hiker or a solo backpacker. But the next day, I found the footprints again, closer to the tower this time. They circled around the base, then veered off into the brush. I didn't sleep much that night. The lookout tower has thin walls and single-pane windows. You can hear everything. Every snap of a twig, every gust of wind. That night, the wind didn't blow, but I kept hearing movement. Soft steps, just outside. I didn't see anything when I looked out with my flashlight, but I had this crawling feeling I wasn't alone. I started locking the trapdoor under the tower at night. I kept the fire axe next to my bunk. That's not something I ever did before. Then, 3 days later, I hiked out to the signal mirror station on a nearby slope to check the visibility conditions. I usually made that hike twice a week. When I got back an hour later, my door was open. Not wide, but maybe 3 inches ajar. I always locked it when I left. Always. There were no signs of forced entry, nothing missing, no damage. But things were off. My cot had been shifted slightly. The bin where I kept canned food was open. My logbook had been moved. Now I was rattled. I radioed in again, told them I thought someone might be messing with the tower. The supervisor down at district headquarters asked if I needed an extraction. I said no. I didn't want to abandon my post over maybe nothing. I did ask for a resupply to be moved up early, just to have eyes on the site. They agreed to send a chopper the next morning. That night was the worst. I barely slept. Kept waking up, checking the windows, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard movement under the floor. The tower's built on steel legs, so anything moving underneath makes a pretty clear sound. Footsteps, slow, crunching gravel. Then silence. Then something scraping. Not metal. Something softer. Maybe a jacket brushing wood or a backpack. I killed the lights and crouched by the window, peering down with my headlamp covered by my hand. I didn't see anyone. Just empty forest. After 15 minutes, the noise stopped. I stayed up until dawn. The chopper came around 10 a.m. I waved it in, and the pilot circled once before setting down on the flat stretch below the tower. He hopped out with the resupply crate, looked at me funny, and said I looked pale. I told him someone might have been messing with the site, asked him to walk the area with me. We did a perimeter sweep, but found nothing. No prints, no sign of forced entry, no trash, no drop gear. Nothing. The pilot shrugged, said he'd let dispatch know. After he left, the silence returned. He was the last person I'd see in over 2 weeks. I didn't sleep that night either. The next few days were calm. No more footsteps. No disturbances. I started thinking maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe stress and isolation were getting to me. I stopped carrying the axe everywhere. I even left the trapdoor unlocked one night, just to test myself. Then on August 10th, I found the note. It was tucked under a rock on the east-facing steps. A scrap of brown paper, folded twice. The handwriting was all block letters, printed in pencil. You shouldn't be here. That was it. No name, no date, no threat. Just that one sentence. I sat on the steps for a long time holding that paper, trying to make sense of it. Was it a prank? A warning? From who? And why now? I burned it in the stove, not sure what else to do. I started carrying my sidearm again. I'd brought it up for bears, but I'd never unholstered it before. Now I kept it loaded and close. The next day, I hiked to the old trail again. I found new footprints, the same flat tread ones from before. They led down the hill, into the dense underbrush. I followed for a while, careful not to step on the prints themselves. After maybe 40 minutes, I found something I'd missed before, an old camp. It was crude, just a tarp stretched over a line, some flattened grass, and a ring of stones for a fire. It looked abandoned. There were wrappers stuffed in a bag, energy bars, jerky, a water bottle with no label. All recent. No ID. No pack. Whoever had camped there had left fast or knew how to vanish. I took photos, marked coordinates, and hiked back. I sent everything in that evening. The next morning, I got orders to stay put, but keep observing. They were sending a backcountry law enforcement ranger up the day after next. That gave me 2 more nights alone. That night, I didn't hear anything. No steps, no scraping. But I woke up to the tower swaying. Not from wind, from something climbing it. I jumped out of bed, grabbed the pistol, and waited. The trapdoor was latched from the inside, but the whole tower shook lightly with each step. I aimed at the door and shouted, my only word spoken in days. Nothing happened. The movement stopped. I waited, heart hammering. Eventually, I opened the trapdoor and swept my light down. Nothing. I didn't sleep. The next day, I paced. Every hour felt like 10. I kept thinking I'd see movement in the trees. I didn't. But that feeling, that prickle on the back of your neck when someone's watching, it never went away. The ranger arrived in the late afternoon. His name was Grant, mid-40s. No nonsense. He carried more gear than I did, including night vision. We camped together that night, just below the tower, taking shifts. Around 1 a.m., during my watch, I heard again. Movement under the trees. I woke him. He moved fast, quietly, scanning with the night vision. Then he whispered, movement, north slope. He took off. I stayed behind. He came back an hour later, empty-handed. Said whoever it was moved fast and quiet. No trace. No camp. The next day, I was ordered out. They sent 2 more rangers up. I packed up my gear, handed over my reports, and hiked down. I never went back to Ridge Fire Lookout. I finished the season doing trail patrol in a different district. Never heard if they caught whoever was up there. Official word was inconclusive activity, possible unauthorized presence. But know what I saw, what I felt. It wasn't ghosts or monsters. It was worse. It was a real person. Someone who knew how to move without sound, how to vanish